You say that because there's only like 10 episodes where you've had more than one combat a day.
Hey, one combat's
If
fine.
that.
I'm at full power once a day or 3 times a day. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, fair enough. Hey guys, welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons! Woo! Here on Black Tower Stories with the adventures in Athoria. Here, with Silver Knights of the Mythal.
Hey,
Hey, got it right.
for
Woo!
the
First
first
shot
time.
for real this time. So, hey guys, last session we had chapter 96 where you guys kind of rounded out a short adventure stint with the storyline of the Dark Heart coterie. A group of lycanthropes and other nefarious individuals fighting through uh, a menagerie of undead and similar creatures to put an end to the coterie itself at the behest of the Lyceum Arcana. That was a bit of a stressful combat for some of you guys. A lot of damage was taken, a lot of damage was dealt, and it was a lot of fun. If anyone out there has not seen that episode, that's definitely one to go and watch. It's available on our Twitch and our YouTube. It ran a little long, but it's worth it. It's like all combat the entire session, so amazing. But we are gathered here to go over chapter 97. Um, as those of you are aware, you guys had a little bit of time following the Dark Heart before you guys again come together to determine what your next steps are going to be. In the interim, um, you handle some of your personal business, make some notifications, send out letters, uh, do some personal errands. One of which surrounding the Night of Flowers, which takes place kind of right in the middle of your off time. The Night of Flowers, as Caleb has told you previously, is one of the holy days of the goddess Rael, um, who is the goddess of truth, dance, um, and flowers and all sorts of fun stuff there. Love, more generally. It is a time for people to get together, take stock in their bonds and relationships, both platonic and romantic, and make sure that the relationships are going the way they are. Caleb, on the other hand, has a ritual that he wants to perform. I'm not sure to what degree, Caleb, you have shared this with the rest of your group,
Not
or
at
where
all.
you're
Mm,
doing this.
Nada. I haven't shared it with anybody.
Okay. All right. Well, then so where were you looking to set up this ritual of yours?
Does Morgan have a place in the city? I think you said no, correct?
There are some shrines dedicated to her throughout the place. Most people who do come would be near the necropolis. She would be one of the temples located there. But you know that most of her clergy travel. The Black Confessors mostly go and administer last rites and such. So
Then I would probably go to one of the more quieter areas that she is worshipped or located at to do this ritual.
okay, so explain this ritual to everyone. What exactly is it that Caleb is doing? What would they see if they were present?
So it would be a ritual towards Morgan, and it's similar to the ritual of ascertainment in the way I lay everything out. But I would be laying it out, and partway through doing it, and partway through doing it, I would instead cast Arcane Eye, and when the time where in this particular Night of Flowers, when everybody starts sharing their secrets and everything. Yes, I am trying to die.
Yep, alone.
Yes. But the Arcane Eye would be seeking out
Right. You're going to
couples.
be eavesdropping on people to maybe get some juicy secrets that you could
Yes.
offer.
And in each one of these memories that he sees confessed, he would bring out a memory strand until he has a couple dozen at least. So he'd have essentially like a pool of memories.
Your own Ponsieve of
Yep.
little memory threads. Okay.
Ponzi scheme?
Yes, that's where
yes.
essentially I got the idea.
Yeah. Basically, you get memories. Then you get 2 more people who are willing to give you memories, and they get 2 more people who are willing to give them memories. And next thing you know, everyone's got a whole bunch of memories.
It's multi-level marketing.
That's
Multi-level memorying.
that is literally exactly what like I'm in.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're
We've
cult that
uncovered
you're
the
in.
scheme.
We already know.
But it's not a
Yeah.
cult,
It's-
right?
It's not a
It's
not a
cult, it's a
cult.
multi-level marketing
Come
scheme.
join our cult. It's
So wait.
not a cult.
Are you supposed to collect memories from people to turn into someone that you owe memories? Are you trying to be the top of the pyramid?
His sales have been down.
I am actually the base of the pyramid. Like I owe everybody memories now.
Got it.
No, but essentially, you're collecting these memories to use as your currency. When that is essentially what it is. You're using it as a currency to summon a goddess of secrets.
Okay. Yeah.
It is really the proper way of looking at it. As you know, like typically summoning her, the summoner would give up certain secrets that they would rather not be told. But at any rate, so offering up these secrets in your ritual, pretty much a twilight standard time there towards the evening. You're just kind of starting to hear the sounds of some of the festivals really kicking up around the evening time. Businesses are starting to close a little early. And you've kind of started noticing other individuals have kind of started dressing into their evening wear, very colorful. You spot some other people kind of coming in to the necropolis to maybe speak to their long departed loved ones. But you are nonetheless in a somewhat secretive, less traveled sepulcher of the necropolis. And as you're kind of letting these secrets just kind of go and fill the space, and just kind of casting out this ritual to summon forth the goddess Morgren, you feel the air around you chill just a little bit, not uncomfortably so. And then you hear a slight shifting, the ruffling of cloth. As you're kind of opening your eyes, you see the goddess Morgren there, kind of seated on a kind of narrow bench opposite of you. A little surprised because, normally there's the whole abstraction of consciousness that features in here, but not as of yet. And she appears to be in a somewhat, physical form. She wears the, familiar, long, kind of dark black kind of dress, almost kind of like a long robe that's kind of tied off. She's got the long, dark hair, and eyes of quicksilver. One new piece looks to be a small kind of like a corsage, but worn on the lapel of the robe, of some nightshade and other, kind of flowers, just kind of there, looking as though she might have dressed up a little bit, perhaps on occasion for the Night of Flowers. And she's just kind of regarding you with a sly, bemused smirk on her face.
Well, good evening.
Yes. It's been a little while. I noticed you took care of the thing I told you to.
Yes. And much appreciated on the guidance. It definitely helped. But yes, we took care of it. You seem to have dressed up this evening.
Well, the Night of Flowers is an important night for me, not just Rael. As
Yeah.
it is here that a great number of secrets that would otherwise be mine are let loose into the world. Also, on occasion, there are some individuals who contract with me throughout this evening to perhaps speak with their loved ones and tell them things that they were unable to do while they were alive. So, I suppose it's good for business.
Yeah, I can see how those would go hand in hand. Well, one of the reasons why I summoned you here is to offer you a gift of sorts. As much as I can offer.
She kind of looks down at the little basin filled with memories. If you're going to offer me a gift, it's generally best to offer something of yourself, not things taken from others.
Yes. And you'll see memories of myself in there as well.
I glance through. Yes, some of them I've already seen.
A lot of them you have.
What
I
spurred
will
this on,
say-
Caleb?
I will say a few of those memories have you in them. Fond ones.
Well, if it was just about memories, then perhaps you could have summoned another god. But you summoned me. Why is
Yes.
that?
The Night of Flowers. It's where people share secrets.
Yes, that is true. As Rael
So-
says, secrets are like poison to relationships. They drive wedges and make it difficult to trust. Trust, which is so important.
So, there's been a secret that I've been holding for a while. And
You humans are always full of secrets. It's just like one of those animes when like the person says something really dramatic, but in that moment they don't actually speak the words. So we're like, oh my god, what did they say? But like everyone else in the anime knows what was said.
no, I could see that my mic was picking up the background noise, so I was like, I'm gonna have to turn that down. But yes.
I agree,
A
yes.
secret- Um, I've wanted to say that I've cared for you for a very long time. You have been around almost as long as I can remember. And given the night that we are in, I just wanted to say that I am in love with you.
Look, I just laughed
Okay.
at you.
No, I'm just sitting here thinking. I was like, okay. And everyone, and I'm just sitting over here like
I have to
Andre
mute
over
chat.
there is like sitting here thinking, this is not a good idea.
I have to mute chat.
But there's kind of a long kind of pause before Morgan kind of her eyes looking down at the floor, kind of contemplating, kind of come back up to look at you. Well, I'm not an idiot. I think I have picked up on quite a bit of that over the years. And I think you have an idea how I feel about you. Similar. In case you didn't notice, I know you're not always the most insightful.
I'm as insightful as a brick. Most times.
Yes, and if you were more insightful, you might perhaps know that that's a very bad analogy. But...
Probably.
But anyway... I figured this day might come at some point. After all, I am irresistible.
I would agree.
There you go again. But I have to say I'm quite curious. Why? You are quite aware I am goddess, and you know I'm not one of the more commonly worshipped ones.
You may not be one of the more commonly worshipped, but I do know that deep down, the people that you handle, you do care for them. Which is way more than I can say about the individuals of other gods. People are like pawns. And that is something that has drawn me to you ever since we first met.
Roll me a persuasion check right quick.
16 plus 6, 22.
22.
Okay. There's a moment sitting there where Morgan kind of sits back, kind of glances down and off to the side as if contemplating something. You can see wheels turning as if a decision to be made. She kind of glances back over to you, start the next phase of the conversation. My dear Caleb, were you aware that I was once mortal?
Somewhat aware. I don't know about your mortal life.
Very few do. I was once mortal, just like you and your compatriots, and arose to my station after some trial and effort. I think in some way that is perhaps part of it. As if there is something that connects us in a way. But I am leery of delving too deep into it, as I know that it's the kind of thread that once you begin pulling on it, many things in your life can begin to unravel. And honestly, I'm not quite sure. It's not as if I wish to rob you of choice. But I am conflicted as to whether or not I should keep it from you, as I know where it can lead.
What do you mean things would start to unravel? Or rob me of the choice?
Sorry, I'm just visually having to block out Calmac, which is kind of hard because on Evolve I have the actual stream up, so he's actually in multiple different places. But Morgren sits. I know something of the issues you've had, of the power that you're connected to. But if I tell you, or at least start a bit of a quest of sorts, it could be of great benefit to you. After all, this knowledge could help you in your path moving forward. But it could also take you down a path of great harm. And I really would not like someone to suffer as I have suffered, especially considering your compatriots might get caught up in it with you. It was an easier choice for me, considering I was alone. My goals were my own. I didn't have anyone else to share it with. It's part of the reason I found myself all the way up here. But with your compatriots, I suppose there is the opportunity for you to reach greater heights, but also an opportunity for you to reach greater ruin. And it would not be just you who would be dragged along with you.
Would it be something that, if you were to hold on to the information and tell me later, would have different effects? When we are more prepared to handle whatever we will be facing?
I suppose it's possible. But as you no doubt have noticed, the power that you have is starting to come into its own. If you continue with the growth that you have, I feel it has burgeoned even recently with your most recent work done with your compatriots, then before too long it might not be possible to hide it. And if there are those who discover it, well, in which case that ignorance could cause a problem for you. I will only say that the one you call father knows a deal about it as well. I do not wish, sweet child, to complicate your life any more than it already is. But if you wish for answers, that is where you would want to start.
Then I can talk to him about it. And if I feel like I need more answers, I can talk to you. You need not worry yourself with the decision, as it will be up to me.
Okay. Very well. And then kind of off in the distance, you start hearing shrilling, screaming noises, followed by pops. And then you can kind of see like little bits of multicolored light streaming in through the windows of the fading sunlight in the sepulchre. It appears that the first of the fireworks have begun in the city. As you're kind of sitting there with Morgan, the lights popping, kind of filling, kind of seeing different arrays of color scatter across her face. She looks sad. Not entirely sure why, but there is a moment here where she seems distinctly mortal, not divine, and perhaps you assume for the first time you're seeing the real Morgan.
I'll walk up to her and grab her by her hands. Don't look so sad. Tonight is the night of celebration. And then I'll kiss her.
Okay. And Artie's like, not about it.
And then we lost our level 11 wizard.
And then I have an audience.
Yeah, somewhere in the background, someone's going, woo. But, yeah. So, uh-oh, he's getting yelled at by his wife.
Who's this Morgan? This hussy.
No, I told her that I was going to do it anyways.
Oh, he had asked
Okay, so
permission.
you prepped your wife saying, hey, look,
I told her
cheating
right
on
after.
you, baby.
Yeah. I told her I was going to be
Alright.
flirting with one of my best friends. I'm like, that's going to be freaking awkward.
Yeah, actually, that is really awkward. I mean, it's awkward enough when there's, like, inter-PC romance, but when, like, the person you're romanticizing is, like, actually one of the DMs, it's like, that's a whole other level of awkward. But anyway...
Glad I haven't tried super hard.
Thank you for that. Bless you, sir.
No, I will.
Don't do that.
I leave my romancing in DMs, man. I don't.
Your
pick that up.
DM like Happy Bank is doing so well. Don't start making withdrawals right now. But yes, there's this kind of long kind of silence that pervades as the sounds of laughter and cheer in the distance and fireworks kind of go on. Until finally Morgan sighs, well, there is much other work to do tonight. I suppose I should get at it. Please be safe, Caleb.
I will most definitely try. You as well.
Goodbye. Until the next
Well,
time
so
you
cool.
meet me.
Maybe next time I just will summon you because I want to.
What do you think this is? Not a
Exactly.
bit selfish, I might think. Not the best way to wield your divine power.
You can always say
Just-
no.
I can never say no to you.
Consent.
That is given consent.
Whatever you say, buddy.
The silence stretches out a little bit longer before you go to open your eyes and Morgan is no longer present. And I was going to switch over to Yandere, but looks like I killed Ari. Okay. He was just trying to find his Eric voodoo doll and a set of sacrificial pins.
It's a good thing he showed up because my backup would have been Volred wants to go to a brothel.
Hey.
Because that's what we
Yandere,
Yes.
pulling out your inner Calum and reading through documents and doing research and making notes on the things that you wish to discuss with Calum, you hear a creaking of the floorboards in your room behind you, and you recognize you're not alone.
It is impolite to sneak up on someone.
A feminine voice calls out from behind you. Don't worry, Andrea Bottom. And as you kind of glance over and look, you see Morgren behind you in the room in a long black dress, her hair done up, little corsage of flowers on her breast.
Wasn't expecting you as a visitor.
No. In fact, most people spend their entire lives trying to avoid me.
And this is fair. Oh, what honor do I have of your visit today?
I have come, actually, with a request. You can consider it a favor, which I know among your people means a certain quid pro quo. An IOU, perhaps?
Well, that would be the case if it was Yandere you were speaking with directly. Unfortunately, it's not. But I'm willing to take this information that you have in this favor, possibly pass it along to see if he agrees.
I suppose if that's all that could be done. My request is such that one of your party members, Calum, perhaps Yandere, being an insightful individual, has noticed that there is a sort of relationship between us. I'm not certain if you've been privy to that as well, but I suppose I must say that I care for him quite deeply. And I know the path that your group is walking on is dangerous. I would request Yandere's help in ensuring that Calum does not meet a grim fate.
Such as the one that he's already met.
The world is dangerous, that is true. But in the line of work that you and your compatriots travel, it only gets more difficult from here on out. In truth, Yandere may have already noticed. Certainly sure that Mrs. Zoll has. But this latest work you've done has only put you in the sights of a dangerous entity. An adversary that, should it become hostile, will become quite dangerous to your group. As a goddess, I am generally forbidden from interfering directly. But that does not mean that I cannot help those who would intercede on my behalf. I would hope you would be one such an individual.
I know Yandere would care about the payment. So, when you say this is a favor, what does that entail?
As Calum may or may not have told you, I am a goddess of twilight. Most think me associated with death. In truth, I am a goddess of secrets. More specifically, the kind of secrets that one cannot find in books, secrets taken to the grave, things beyond mortal understanding. So many secrets go to the grave, and many believe in that case that they are lost forever. I have a secret that perhaps Yandere might be interested in knowing. That is what I trade. For aid in ensuring that Master Caleb remains among the living, I will give Master Yandere some information that I'm sure he has been looking for a very long time.
Yandere gets up from his desk and turns to face Morgan.
I thought you weren't Yandere.
The body of Yandere.
You're Yandere.
I'm Reggie right now.
The individual formerly known as Yandere.
Essentially. Let me correct. Let me
Doing
go back.
business as Yandere.
Reggie will get up and turn from the desk that he's working at and cross his arms and just... I think that is a deal that Yandere would be willing to make. Question, though.
Of course.
Are we to keep this little relationship a secret from the rest of the party? Being that Caleb has not mentioned anything to me directly, doesn't mean I don't hear him doing his rituals from time to time.
Well, whilst I may be a goddess of secrets, I will not force you to keep any from your compatriots. You are free to share of this arrangement as you wish. Especially considering the information I plan to give you may not be something that you can keep from your compatriots. And if it comes to light that you must unburden yourself of one secret, then I believe it only fair that you are permitted to unburden yourself of the other.
Fair. Is there anything else?
No. But, considering what it is I'm asking, I think it best that, in order to make the decision, Yandere have an idea of what it is I am going to tell him. No doubt, you may be aware that long ago, in the realm of the Sundown Shores, there was a noble who oversaw the realms of the Autumn Coast. Yes?
I am aware.
Well, let us say that the noble, who stood against an adversary who was also Yandere's adversary, before his death became aware of the location of a particular artifact, one that belongs to another individual of great power in Autumn. And if collected and returned to said individual, might prove a very powerful ally against someone who seeks to rob Yandere of his life and his loved ones.
So you bear information on this artifact.
Tell Yandere that if he agrees to my deal, I will tell him where he can find the head of the Horned Lord.
I will pass the information along.
Very well. No doubt the idea that I would be willing to part with such a secret should let you know how much I care Master Caleb, and how much I would be quite upset should you fail.
I hear you.
Good. Well, now that you are aware of the terms, that is all I have to say. I will leave you to your research.
Thank you. Oh, and should you see Caleb again soon, just let him know if he's planning on sneaking out, he shouldn't shuffle his feet across the ground.
Yes. Well, he's always been that way. You'd be surprised how many times he trips on rocks when little divots in the ground.
I'm not surprised at all.
Unusual for someone who spends so much time looking down at the ground. You might see where he's going if there wasn't a book in the way. He has a thirst for knowledge. One of the many things I love about him.
He definitely has a thirst for something.
She kind of, yeah, is like looking at you, Andre. Huh. Goodbye, Andre of Oldham.
Goodbye, Lady Morgan.
And you see her kind of step back into the shadows beyond the extension of your candle, and then just fold into the shadows and disappear.
Reggie will turn back to the desk and begin scribbling the terms of the deal on a piece of parchment, so that way he is very clear on what exactly Mogren has said. And he'll return back to his research.
Okay. And yeah, so the Night of Flowers continues on. I imagine Caleb will return at some point. Izal is gone pretty much the entire night. And I suppose the rest of you are pretty well boozed up. I think actually Kelmac's also gone most of the night too. Probably returns in the early AM, waking up the entire house as he super drunkenly makes us play. I don't know. I mean, Kelmac drinks a lot and he has really loud armor.
But he waters down everything he drinks anyway, so I don't know if it's
You're right, but he only does that so that way he can drink more of it. Which makes you sit here and think, Kelmac should really be drinking grog, right? Because all that is like gin that's watered down, right? So that should be like his proper thing. Because I'm told...
Greg.
Well,
That's
a mistake you make only once.
His sensitive teeth.
He specifically drinks Smirnoff Ice.
No.
It's too spicy.
I can see that.
Room temp Smirnoff Ice.
Oh, gross.
Just the most.
Oh,
Here's
that's
the truth.
fine.
Whatever he drinks, it's in bottle format because, like, his favorite party trick, like the one party trick he does, is he reaches over with the claws and like pulls off the top. He has like built-in bottle openers. That's his only party trick.
That's how you chip a nail.
Oh,
Doing a
that's
good
not true.
trick.
His second party trick is just having other people, like when he gets drunk enough, take random objects and try to break them over his armor.
Hey.
I would think one of his
Table.
party tricks would be dipping a bottle over, piercing the glass, and just chugging it.
Maybe. I don't know.
Shotgun a wine bottle.
Okay. So, the Night of Flowers stretches on far into the evening. The aftermath, lasting several days beyond. As you guys make your way through the city, you see a number of what looks like budding romances, exclamations and of love that seem to have been reciprocated. You also notice a marked increase number of individuals, particularly young men in the bars, drinking away to relationships that ended due to perhaps a little too much truth, or relationships that never got started. So, yeah, a little bit of cloud hangs over until the Night of Flowers for this year has come and gone. and life pretty much gets back to normal. Until we find ourselves.
I wanted to have a quick conversation with the entire party.
Right, and for following days, and then I guess Izal calls a meeting. And
Okay.
we'll say this is on the 80th day of the first season.
Well, depending on the conversation, because
Fair
when is the first full moon of that lunar cycle?
Technically, it is on the 73rd day. The night that's actually a 5-day full moon cycle, and they house the Night of the Flowers in the middle, because they assume that's when the moon will be at its fullest. Although
So before the Night of Flowers, I would like us to have the conversation.
that's fine. A little bit of retconning.
Just quick. So, in the fight, lovely fight, we all had a great time. I got bit by that bear person, so I've got a little bit of concern on my hands here. I may or may not feel kind of itchy sometimes on my shoulder.
Did you not take the wolf main elixir?
Not immediately. I wanted to answer some questions first.
Well, you should have taken the elixir.
Eric, what was the
So-
effectiveness time of the elixir?
So, the elixir basically you take, and if you have an active lycanthropy infection curse, it cures it so long as you do so before the first full moon. I will quick point of order here though, Izal. The Night of Flowers, they take place on Nehemiah, which is the main one, whereas the werewolf one takes place during the Hunter's Moon. So you actually have still like 2 weeks before that moon occurs.
Okay, so this can be afterwards. That's
Okay.
the moon I wanted to know about.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
retcon again after everything happened.
Yes. Other than to
I
say, maybe Izal's been running around with a bandage. That.
Well, unless there was like physical. At first, I was like, it was just combat. I get wounds all the time. I don't really worry about them, except for this one that doesn't seem to go away as quickly as the other ones. So I've got some concerns about the bear.
Zol, why did you not take that potion?
So I didn't know there was like a time thing on there, and you got attacked by thing. Well, no, you didn't.
He got
How's
shot.
lycanthropy? Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Quite a lapse of judgment.
Izal, do you want to become a werebear?
Well, I wanted to know like how long this stuff takes to affect you. Can I just wait a long time for it to do something and then take it? What if I've already turned into a were creature and then I took it? Would it just kind of take care of it then?
Have you already turned into a weird creature?
No.
DM.
That
Question.
you know of.
Question.
I get kind of wild anyway.
Yeah.
Remove curse removes lycanthropy, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And that. Yeah, actually, if you read the Wolfsbane elixir, it's literally just remove curse in a bottle, but it only affects lycanthropy.
Okay. So
Remove curse
Izal,
in a bottle.
Yes,
See-
I
see if I'm
believe
correct.
that is. Yes, I believe that is legitimately what I said, because I think that's all I did it as.
anyways,
Well, Izal.
Izal,
Yeah.
I will say that in my studies of the remove curse spell that I used for Volred, I did find out that remove curse would repeat. So, if this was something that you wanted to explore, I could always remove it at any time.
Well, what are the downsides to it? Because I fought that guy when he got all yoked up, and he seemed to be doing fine until that dude died.
Well, that was also juiced up. That's a different thing. But in terms of lycanthropy does have a lot of benefits. But depending on the severity, it's very possible that on the full moons you will lose yourself completely. That also depends on whether or not you embrace it or fight it. But again, I don't know everything about it. I just know that remove curse will remove it if you don't want it.
This is all. I may have called you out for lack of judgment earlier, but now that we know the remove curse can take effect, this sounds kind of fun.
I think this is a good chance to experiment and figure out exactly how bad this can get.
Well, keep me informed. I'd like to be entertained. I would like to stay informed on the situation.
Does nobody else seem to see a problem with this?
Yes,
I know
there's
there
the
could be
Gorbekian
problems
nature.
with it.
now. Ease up. Ease up.
What?
You do realize you're very strong, yes.
I know, but I could get stronger.
But you could go crazy and rip all our throats out in the interim of your transformative berserk.
Who's to say that I'm gonna go crazy?
You
There's
also
been-
couldn't really handle being possessed by a ghost earlier. So this
That's
might be even
pathetic.
worse than that.
So as
What if I do have control over it and I just get really strong?
as amusing as the event may seem, I think the best course of action, as supported by Yandre, is to take the potion and be rid of this immediately.
Oh, just to clarify, I don't necessarily think that this is a bad thing. I just want to make sure that we discuss all of our options before we just run into something, especially with someone who is so
Strong.
fortuitous, fortified. It's going to be incredibly difficult to take her down if she's even more fortified.
I do definitely
Well-
understand that.
Great, then you'll be responsible for her should she turn and not listen.
I wouldn't say I would be solely responsible, but
Why
yes,
not?
I can definitely try.
Why not?
Because we are a party.
We are.
But we are at odds in this decision, which ultimately it is a decision of Missy's all fully to whether to go through the transformation and possibly murder us all in a rampage, or take the potion, be rid of the curse and potential curse that may unfold.
I will say not all lycanthropes go insane.
I agree with you, but also I agree with Yandere in that she was possessed by a ghost, which did not fare very well for us in that instance.
Y'all were fine. I'm the one who took the brunt of that one. But if it's beneficial, then I think it's some way worth exploring. I understand going insane and like murder. That's bad. But there's a chance that doesn't happen. And I'd be just better. 'Cause I don't really have many options when it comes to getting in a combat and killing things other than being right next to something and hope that I can go toe to toe with it.
Would you like a longbow? I could teach you how to use it.
I know how to use the bow.
Okay, then why aren't you using it more if this is a concern?
Because if I'm using the bow, I'm away from all of the enemies, and then all the enemies come towards you all.
Well, wasn't your concern about being in there and being able to kill them from up close? You already do that.
I
Yes,
believe
but
that
this would make it better.
I believe the concern is that we may potentially run across something that is incredibly difficult to stand up against, and I believe you think that the lycanthropy. What do you? Sorry, whatever bear lycanthropy would be, as I look towards Caleb, would give you an advantage in that. Is that kind of a good?
I've read the stories of when a were-tiger nearly single-handedly took out a blue dragon by themselves.
Yes,
So
Soulfire,
I
disciple
find
of
that
Paleontology.
very beneficial in some kind of format where I'm in that situation.
Volred's pouring cognac for everyone, by the way, right now.
Can I get some water with mine?
Stab him. Not in this house. You go to your room.
I'll drink cognac with water in my room. But in any case, could we contact someone who is under the effects of lycanthropy, who has learned to tame it, and possibly get their assistance?
I will also say that the people that we did fight were not crazy mad. They were very in control of themselves. They were just murder hobos.
Well, we also don't know what kind of training or things that they went through. Again, I
Yeah,
just
that's
don't think
why-
it's the most intelligent thing for you or our group to just assume that this transformation is always going to be just beneficial. We know nothing about it. But again, if you decide to move forward with this, is all, I will not be responsible for putting you down should it go awry.
That is why I put forward the option of contacting someone who is already a lycanthrope and getting their insights and possibly help in when the transformation comes over. I agree with you, Yandere, that it could be very
Disastrous.
I'm losing words. Thank you, Caleb. But I do believe Izal has a point in that it could be beneficial. So it is. I cannot find all the benefits and the boons of this ordeal.
Those are both the same.
Is
Benefits
it
and boons are the same.
Bane? Am I thinking of Bane?
Bane. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just going to
Bane's
turn
and
to
boons.
Caleb and say, Caleb, do you know any gods that could help us in this? It's been a minute since we've seen one.
What about that? What the one of the hunt? It's lichen. There's probably change ones. There's a hunt moon.
Is there any gods that are lycanthropes?
You would know Sedaruth is the god commonly worshipped by lycanthropes. You're also familiar with that, Izal, because you would know about the city of Asanum from your grandfather's notes.
Yeah.
Lots of lycanthropes there. Beyond that, you know Gamidi is the goddess of the hunt, though some lycanthropes might worship her. The only other one you might think of is perhaps Bati, which is the goddess or the god of the moon and darkness. Though I guess only by lycanthropes who like worship the moon and not necessarily their lycanthropness.
Gotcha.
But Sedaroth, the change bringer, is and the one of transformation is the one most commonly associated with lycanthropy in the lore. And she is one of the major goddesses of the pantheon, sister to Aurelius, the goddess of time.
Okay, so I would like to put this to a vote. to make it somewhat fair, because I don't want to endanger anyone, and I still have some of the liquid silver that we could prepare in the event that I am not in control of things to help. And there's plenty of ways that you guys could stop me. I mean, I'm only good in certain situations, so you have magic. There's like 4 of you. Clear Vollard, he didn't have magic, but he's got like a bow. I vote that I would like to test this out. In the event that it is not beneficial, it becomes a detriment, I will take the potion, or I will succumb to the remove curse. I mean, potions, we already have the potions for it. I vote, I want to test it. Anyone will vote with me? Okay, so 3. Anyone against it?
Well, it's not in our best interest to go ahead and vote against it, that you already have a majority of the votes.
True.
That is an abstain and vote.
I just don't think it is wise. But, again, I will not be the one that bears the responsibility of having to stop you.
Also, in the event that the first moon, the changeling, falls into a situation where we are not in control of the situation, I will take the potion beforehand and avoid the whole situation. Caleb, when's the hunt moon thingy, full moon?
It's about a week and a half now.
What day of your guys' calendar?
Some gibberish that the DM is about to say.
I know. As soon as you started there, I was just sitting there thinking, motherfucker.
I need a date so I
Put
can
that
write down
calendar.
so I can keep track.
All right, let's see here. Where are
Get
we
that
now?
team's reminder out there.
This is what happens whenever you create
Triggered.
your own calendar.
Yeah.
It's on day 3.
You're right. Oh. Well, luckily for you, you actually just had a full moon right beforehand. So.
Yeah, because weren't we trying to stop them during the blood moon? I mean, during the full moon?
Yeah, so you won't hit the next of the full moon until the 18th day of the second seed, which is 28 days from now. I mean, assuming you guys do it on the 80th. But it's almost like a full month. Or at least, yeah, like 30 days or something like that.
What day are we currently on?
You're at the end.
Anytime between the 75th and the 80th, whenever you decide to have this conversation.
The day after the Night of Flowers.
So it's on the 76th.
Okay. So I'm not going to ruin my date with this bad
Yeah.
mojo.
But you will also note that because of the way the moon works here, you will have several days where the moon is near full. So you'll probably get a sense within a couple days before the full moon as to whether or not you're feeling kind of weird.
All right.
So it's not something you'll probably have to, that will just happen without any kind of foreshadowing.
Okay. Well, now that that's all done, let's all break up and do whatever we were doing before.
I was sitting here drinking, and you all came here, so leave or stay.
Caleb will stay. And
Mother
drink.
will leave.
I'm going to leave as well. Calmac, I hand you the vial of Quicksilver. You'll need this in 28 days.
Wolf's Blood Elixir. Or Wolfsbane Elixir.
No, that's this. I got one more vial of the Quicksilver application.
The alchemical silk.
Yeah, that's just in case.
All right.
just another kind of point of order in case it was forgotten. The Wolf's Bane elixir only works up until your first transformation, so you don't want to wait till the last minute to take that. Just in case you forgot.
So, question, because you said he'll know a couple days before he'll start feeling some effects.
Yeah,
if you start
'cause
feeling
as
the
the
effects,
moon
and
gets
takes it, is that early enough, or once he
yeah, and
starts feeling the effects,
until
he's
he
done?
actually transforms.
Okay, just making sure the
Yeah,
clarification.
once he goes through his first
She.
transformation.
Once
Well,
she-
yeah, she.
I'm talking about
Because we're
Alex.
talking about yes, yeah. Well, true, but we
I'm
are
not
talking about
transforming at
Esau.
all.
But yeah, the Hunter's Moon lasts for 5 full days. So once she changes, that's 5 evenings of lycanthropy. I mean,
Fun.
yeah, of late nights that don't involve rendezvous. I really wish there was a way to share this calendar.
Doesn't matter. I'm not going to look at it.
Well, I'm gonna go. Enjoy your cognac, Bullet. I'm assuming, Caleb and Izal, that y'all will be making a plan for the eventual turning.
Well, yeah, I've got a bunch of chains and stuff. I was going to get that set up. I got a lock. Did we ever find that key? I know near the end I said we were looking for the key for that stupid lock.
Oh,
If not, I'll
yeah,
get a different one.
you probably would have found one somewhere, like in the archives.
I just need like a padlock. It doesn't even have to be that one.
Yeah. Easy enough.
Classic
Somewhere
chain-
there's a ring of keys, and you guys would have found it.
It's very. We don't know where the transformation is going to happen, where we'll be at the time. So, I mean,
Well, hopefully,
So,
be
we'll probably do it at
not
the
in
sanctum.
a city. Yes. Where
Volred's
no
just
one
sitting
can get
there.
hurt.
Talking to himself. I thought this conversation was over.
No, now we're just standing around you.
well, no, it's just me and Volred, because I stayed.
Calmac, we're just now leaving.
Caleb, this seems chaotic.
Yeah, it's it seems as though it's something that she is really wanting to try, and I'm willing to let her try it.
This is perhaps the most interesting thing that's happened in the last few days.
Probably the most interesting thing that happened since Gorbeck left.
Sure. I mean, we've kind of killed a dragon, talked to a bunch of gods, defeated the Shade of Cavail. We've gone through time and different areas of space, but sure.
Those are generally just fantastical, less chaotic. This is just throwing a wrench into the gears and just seeing what happens.
Well, everything seems chaotic to me when I can't just sit around and drink my cognac.
That's
you have
that's
rules,
fair.
sir.
I'm only slightly kidding. The killing's pretty fun, too.
So what have you been doing these past couple days?
Well, I've been sitting, I've been drinking, I've been taking short walks, setting up that target in the back of the house and practicing my archery, and occasionally spying on my sister.
Spying on your sister, you say?
Well, sometimes I just follow her around, but there hasn't been any interesting. Nothing at all. She just works and then drinks. I bet she's up to something, though. I'll find it out one of these times.
Good luck with that. Let me know if she does anything interesting.
She's bound to. She's not this boring, but then again, we've both changed quite a bit.
Well, she did spend a long time cursed, so you and her both kind of changed a lot during that process.
Did I ever tell you that I almost did just shoot her in the head in that cabin? By the way, she's in the other room. She just heard that. No, I'm kidding.
So I could see a coin flip in your mind on what weighed the decision, because I'm pretty sure it was pretty even on both sides.
I don't think there was really a cognitive decision. Sometimes you just act. Or don't act.
And now we have a housekeeper.
That really did work out very well from a transactional point of view.
I love the way you
Lorette
think
finally got to be
sometimes.
Solusa's boss.
Sometimes I will chug it and I'll head out.
I will continue to sit by myself.
So, as the week comes to a close, and thankfully there is not much, if any, follow-up from the Lyceum, and the general atmosphere and energy of the Night of Flowers appears to be in the rearview window on the morning of the 80th day of the first seed. Yes.
Okay, question. What's the whole deal with that Fey contract we were discussing? Because that was supposed to be time sensitive.
Yep.
Were we going to do that? Or are we skipping ahead past that?
Well, I imagine this is the time where you guys kind of have to make a decision. So I assume here in this morning, you guys probably have a party meeting to discuss next steps. But as you recall, because the conversation probably would have come up from time to time throughout the last week or so, that you guys probably only have about another week until your optimal time for heading to the autumn court of the Feywild gets kind of closed.
Team meeting.
Why were we going to the Autumn Court?
Godwin has a quest for stuff. You have to find a fragment of a falling star that's in the Fey.
Yeah.
I forget what the reward was.
Death.
The journey is its own reward.
I don't think you guys actually discussed rewards or anything. He just broached the topic and said, hey, I got this thing. From what I'm told, the Eladrin in your party is from that area of the world. So sounds like might be a good idea. And you guys are like, ooh, I don't know. We got other shit that we kind of have to do. And it's like, cool. I mean, but if you're going to do it, I kind of need to know within 2 weeks. And then that was pretty much kind of where that was left. So realistically, you guys haven't even formally accepted the quest yet.
Yeah, it was It's 2 weeks' time on day 68.
And we're already a week and a half past that.
We're at 80. So if we're at 80, that means we've got 2 days left before we make a decision.
Well,
2 weeks?
A week is 10 days?
yeah, we can
Oh,
say that. D&D. So,
88.
yeah. It's a good point. So technically 3 weeks by our 7-day calendar, but yeah, you have a normal week. Whenever I do this calendar again, I'll just make it 7 days instead of 10. But I made it 10 days because technically all of the downtime activities are in 10 days.
Yeah.
So a lot of stuff regarding the books actually calculates that. It's a 10-day work week instead of a 7-day.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're meeting again.
What has everyone done? It's been a few days.
I have done nothing.
Reggie and I have done some additional research. Learning a lot, but not enough.
I've been trying to research lycanthropy.
On that note, with your study of lycanthropy, kind of comes and goes. The literature is kind of varied. Most of it, as it says, first full moon of the hunter's moon. The outcome really kind of depends on the kind of lycanthrope you were bit, as they all seem to have different kind of instinctual tendencies. Obviously, certain ones like wereboars, wererats, and werewolves tend to be more evil, whereas other types can lean towards different alignments. But all of them will say that whilst within an animal or hybrid form, they become quite powerful, and there is some small kind of strength benefit and fortification of the body, even whilst in their normal humanoid form. It's hard to know exactly which way you're going until Izal kind of tells you the type of lycanthrope.
I described like I hit bit by a bear.
Yeah.
Werebear. So typically one of the more good aligned ones, so you can feel fairly certain that if Izal does change, she's not gonna go around and start murdering people.
Unless they deserve it.
Werebears tend to be defensive individuals who tend to be more protective in their form than otherwise. Though you did note that some people have noticed a bit of lethargy or aloofness as a change to their personality, so it's possible Izal might be a little less wild and a little more subdued. Who knows?
That's it. F this. I don't want to be aware of it.
Well, I'm just
Take all
telling
the fun out
Caleb
of
what
it.
he knows. I think he may or may not choose to share that little detail.
It's like, this is
The
an absolute
mo-
win now for the entire party. It's like, oh, good. Stronger, and they don't do anything crazy.
Well, I would mostly just share the fact that the werebears are more of the good-natured and good aligned when they change. So the chances of it happening is much less likely than that of a wolf or were rat.
Did the DM say that they were good, or he just didn't mention? He just mentioned the ones that were evil.
They
Good
tend
aligned.
to lend towards neutral good alignment.
Okay. Great. At this point, once you guys are done having the conversation about the werebear stuff, Yandere will pop up.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. there was a team meeting?
Yeah, I put a big old bag of gold on the table. And to divide this up.
And then I will also update Yandere about the fact that werebears tend to be good-natured in comparison.
Well, that's good news for you.
Yeah, much less likely to get mauled.
It's fantastic. This money is from which one again? Which job?
Those are all those. That's from the catacomb one, but this is all like the random furniture and art. I had it all taking up space in my bag, and I didn't want to do that anymore.
Great. That wasn't the stuff we were supposed to turn into the adventuring guild.
No.
Right? Okay.
This was just stuff they had.
Great.
It's 35 gold apiece.
35 gold apiece.
Yes.
So to clarify, we had the breakdown that you did earlier in Discord. We have the 1,000 gold that we should have gotten from that one job, and then this additional 35 gold.
Yes, this is the random assortment of stuff that was like 25 gold for this, 25 gold for this. It's like 170 something gold.
So how much
Stuff.
gold
100
should I add to myself from the previous stuff? Because I
Whatever
added
is the breakdown that's in Discord from Jace, so you're gonna have to find that 'cause it tells like a whole bunch of stuff, and then
Yeah.
1,035 gold pieces on top of it.
I see it now. Got it.
Okay. Business time.
Are we going to do this for Godwin, even though we know Yandere has an issue with the Court of Autumn?
Oh, I've taken care of that
You got it?
as best as I could.
Okay.
So there's no barriers to taking this contract.
No,
What did you do to take care of it, Yandere?
cut ties.
Which ones?
Ones you don't really know of. So it's
Interesting.
not necessarily imperative for you.
Is that your way of getting me to stop these questionings?
No, you're able to ask any questions that you would like. I'm just telling you that I cut ties, and it made it easier for us to be able to go through this journey.
Okay, well, I have an important question. Do you think I would look good in purple? I've never worn it much, and I saw an outfit while walking the streets.
Do you want an honest answer?
Does that mean you've lied to me before?
No, but I'm just curious about it in this exact moment.
I want you to make me feel good.
Then yes, you'll look great in purple. Plum specifically.
Thank you. I believe all of my questions have been answered.
You cannot become a pimp.
You said it.
I
You
said no.
it.
I said no. I mean,
Well, Red walks
technically
out.
speaking, I guess I'm not gonna trash your fantasy.
I mean,
Because that is still better than half the stuff Gorbeck came up with. But
I mean, didn't I beat up a pimp while
robbed a
invisible,
pimp.
or was that someone else? I think that was
oh
me.
yeah,
Oh, his cane.
you pickpocketed someone you think was a pimp.
Had a cane and a big old hat. And a purple suit.
Maybe it's possible.
His name was Slickback.
They call you Slip?
22s.
So yes, it sounds as if we are able to accept the job.
Okay.
How quickly do we
So-
need to leave?
We got a couple of days before no longer viable.
Oh, before it travels through the astral sea are inviolable.
Yeah. So I'll go tell Godwin that we're good, but I gotta go figure out what like the reward is for it. 'Cause he charges me a lot for some things. I want to make sure I'm not getting ripped off sometimes. Hey, bye. Are we done?
I think that was the only thing we... Does anyone have any news?
Who called the meeting?
Technically, I did.
Um,
But,
DM, who is the person who is changing Lightbringer or making it into a different weapon? Who was that again?
I believe yeah, because you said you wanted to stop by and pick that up.
Yep.
Oh, let's see. Big
is
old.
that Brundier?
That sounds correct.
Brundier, the Forge
In
Cleric.
hindsight, this would have been smarter had I put these guys in alphabetical order.
And then after that, there was a vial of unknown liquid. I'd like to see if I can identify that. But
Okay.
I will be right back before that.
Can I have the potion of fire breath? I used mine.
I don't see a need for it for me.
Yes, the Flameforged Smithy. The Dwarf Rundir.
Okay, well, I will go there just so that way I can go pick up the weapon.
Yep.
I'm gonna go to Godwin's.
So, you head towards the undersection beneath the Adventurers Guild. Find the familiar workshop of Godwin Kinewarden, who at this point in time appears to just kind of be sitting at his desk, kind of flipping through a large tome, kind of dyed purple leather, silver banding. As you kind of come in, he kind of raises his head. He's got tiny little spectacles of this sort of prismatic kind of lenses. He's kind of looking up at you. Ah, he's all. Welcome.
Hello.
It's been some time.
I mean, I've been coming and going. We had a conversation. We're good to go with the your quest that you had set up that you wanted, the Fey thingy for the Fallen Star.
Yes, that's right. So I guess if that works, we could, I guess, discuss the particulars.
Yeah. So, what all do you need from us, and what is in it for us?
Well, that's a good question. Please have a seat. And he kind of gets up, kind of keeping the spectacles on. He goes over to like this large kind of gold and ivory lockbox. Kind of opens it up and pulls out this kind of long piece of like tanned leather that's kind of rolled up. Kind of goes and spreads it out before you, and it looks, from what you can tell, like some kind of draft, some diagrams for the creation of something. You see some pieces that look to be like tinkering type stuff, the creation of an object. Then you see some other sections of the leather that detail some magical processes, similar to what's been in Caelim's books. Goblin says, "This is what I am attempting to create. More specifically, it's a bit of a stone made from a piece of falling star, from the sea of falling stars. This piece of diagram, from what I've been able to ascertain from it would allow me to create an object that approximates something of a wish spell. It is a kind of one-off, a consumable, but supposedly, it would seem, at least according to this, these stories about wishing upon fallen stars may indeed be true, so long as you're wishing upon a specific kind of fallen star. So, that is essentially what I require. I am told that one from the sea of fallen stars is the most likely candidate. So that's why I wish you to travel there, procure one, and bring it back. Particularly one that you find has some sort of magical aura. That is the gist of the job. That's all I truly require. As for what you can get out of it, well, I suppose that's where the negotiations come in. I'm told, depending on how large of one you find, it looks as though I may be able to craft a second, perhaps lesser, quality stone for your own use, to use as part of the payment. But again, that's only if you find one of suitable size that I might have extra.
Okay, but what if we don't find one of suitable size for the extra?
Well, beyond that, we could come up with an alternative payment. I'm not sure if you're interested in something along the lines of purely monetary compensation. Alternatively, I could provide you with perhaps some objects from my collection and inventory, or my services in some other regard.
Well, I like all kinds of things, but the rest of the party, we vary between coins and specific oddities. So what if we could put a number behind it, say X amount of either coinage or through skilled labor or items? That way, at least it's something I could bring back to them, because if it's zero, I know at least two people who aren't going to want to do anything.
Yes. There is also the factor of procurement. I've personally never been to the Autumn Court, so I'm not certain if these things can just be purchased or if some sort of work is required in order to procure one. To that end, I believe your compensation may have to be slightly open-ended. But if there is such a thing as an item that we could do in trade, is there something in particular? I do have some objects of particular value. I'm just not certain whether or not they would be of value to your entire group.
I don't know. And do you have an example? Because we're risking going all the way to the Feywild to get to the item. We don't know much other than Yandere. We don't really know much going into there. It's highly risky.
I understand. There are two objects in particular that I could say are my most valuable. Two objects that I would generally not part with, but for the right individual and for the right purpose, then perhaps we could agree there. But again, these are somewhat situational, and you may or may not wish to pick one. Then he kind of sits there, goes and leaves, and then comes back with three particular objects. One appears to be a small kind of jewelry box opened up with three stones in them. They look like jagged pieces of stone, and a somewhat slightly transparent obsidian, some kind of black metamorphic rock. And there are some parts of them that appear as though they have been worked and have patterns or something etched into them. Another is a scroll bound up. This one appears to be made of some kind of really old parchment, and the cording around it is bound in some kind of gold and some kind of shimmering silver translucent type cording, perhaps maybe like a spider silk or something that's been kind of woven there. And the third is a sword, a long sword that appears like a jet black blade, but the blade kind of has these sparkles in it that seem to gleam, a little bit kind of like viewing the night sky at a distance. But it just seems to continually gleam even though there's no change in light source. Perhaps the easiest one for me to part with would be this scroll. It's, well, a particularly rare magic called a gate. Specifically, it allows one to open up a passageway to a particular place in any plane. As a scroll, it's an incredibly valuable object. It's high-end magic and useful on its own, but in the hands of a wizard who may be able to add such a spell to the spellbook would be quite useful. The next would be these stones. They're keystones for shadow gates. Exceptionally rare. I'm not quite certain if you know anything about them, but they function as, in a similar way to teleportation circles. The keys here are created along with a gate in the sense that they're hewn from the same stone. That causes the gates to resonate when they get near one. So each of these keys represents a separate gate. When you approach a shadow gate with one such stone in your hand, the harmonic frequency of the stone will attune the gate to its destination gate, allowing the two to become linked. Unlike traditional teleportation circles, anyone can use these as often as they like, so long as they have the gate stones. No actual ability to use magic is needed. I've only actually checked on one of them. It takes you to a place a little while southeast. Double check the map right quick, make sure I'm telling you correctly. Of Night Harbor. The other two I have not attempted to use, as from what I understood when receiving them, they open up to some wild places beneath the earth, and some other individuals who have used them have perished in trying to explore the area beyond. So I can't even tell you whether or not it lies within the same plane. The last sword is by far the hardest for me to get rid of, as it is technically an artifact class object. So if you choose to take this as your recompense, I'm afraid I must report the change of ownership to the Lyceum Arcana, as a weapon of this kind definitely requires a permit and would not be legal to wield. on its own, particularly because of its ability. This sword is an elven blade. From what I understand, its name translates in the common tongue to Starkiller. And from what I understand, it has the ability to summon bits of the vast space beyond down. Meteors and darkness and the like. Also, from what I understand, it can only be wielded by one of a Fey bloodline, particularly elves.
Me? Those are all really interesting.
Yes, and as you know, potentially valuable. If this is far beyond what you might be interested in, I understand. But I do have some other objects of less value that we might be able to bargain for.
This is a great start for it, and we've done plenty of business with you. I'd have to give this type of information to the party to see if this fits the bill of something we're looking to fit. These are all very powerful, very interesting. So at least we know the area that we're looking for. So I don't think we're going to have much issue beyond that. As far as the size of the stone that you think you would need, I've cast minor illusion, make just a rock. And I was like, what size do you need? Are we looking for? Because do you know?
From what I understand of the document I've read, the piece that I require would be about half the size of a fist.
So this big, and I shrink it down to a small
One that could fit within a hand. Yes, something near about that. From what I understand, this is on the larger side, as most of the shooting stars are actually quite small. But I have also heard of ones that are quite large, but those become national treasures in a sense.
Okay. So we know what we're looking for. We have an idea of where it's at, and we have an idea for payment. Okay. I'll go get this information to everyone else.
Yes, if I, in the circumstance that your group may wish purely monetary compensation, do you have an idea as to what sum abouts you might be willing to take the job for?
I don't know. I know how much we've got paid for other things, but this one falls in the realm of how much risk are we willing to take for it because of where it goes.
Well, let's look at it this way. Assuming it's relatively straightforward and perhaps dangerous, but not deadly, what sort of sum might you request then as a starting spot?
Well, if it's fairly straightforward and just not much, I can't. One of some of our party members have apparently given up stuff to be willing to do this, so I can't even give a number on it.
That's unfortunate. As I will need to know is, depending on the sum, I may not carry that much coinage on me.
Just a small trip to figure it out, though. I can go and get that information and come back. I know where you are at. This is where you're at, though.
Very well.
I'll be back. I gotta go. Sorry I couldn't give you the answer right now. We are looking to do it. The final little tidbits. I'll be back. I get up. Thanks for the tea, and I go. I go back to the S&M Manor.
Okay. Although it's just the SN manor, because M stands for manor.
The manor. The milk manor. Yandere, Volred!
I went to go pick up Light Stinger, so I'm not there.
Shit.
You would probably be back before he got back, because you're just still in the neighborhood, unless you're shooting the shit for a while.
Oh yeah, of course. But I'll be back when Azal gets back.
Galen!
Yes, is all.
We had to discuss the reward for the mission.
Alright, what's the reward?
Well, depending on the difficulty of the thing, there's different variations of how much we can get paid for it. We don't have a monetary number for it because I don't know what to really even throw out there. And I didn't want to say anything without like Yandere having a say in it, because it's really a lot of this has to do with what he's done. So I don't want to shorthand Yandere on it. But there was some items that they had as potential rewards for it too. So I wasn't really interested in them, but they look cool.
DM, would I have any understanding of how valuable these stones are in the Prime versus the Feywild?
You wouldn't have any idea in the Prime. You do know that they are quite rare. As the Sea of Falling Stars is not a happy-go-lucky sea. It's a dangerous place to travel.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a very dangerous place to travel. But small stones that have been known to grant blessings have made their way ashore from time to time.
I don't quite understand the value difference between the Feywild and the Prime here. So, your guess would be as good as mine.
What are these items that we have a chance of getting?
Minor illusion. This is a scroll that can cast gate. And minor illusion. This is a rocks for those
Gilmo
shadow...
just did an oh shit.
I saw his eyes. I immediately go to the next one. These are some stones for some shadow gates. We only know the location of one of them. The other two, people have died to. And then there's this one, minor illusion again, for the sword of calamity. And
So we get all of those, and how much money?
see, I don't think it's these and. I think it's of these or.
So, a 9th level spell, gate,
That's
in a
only couple bucks.
scroll form is how much in your games?
Mine?
No. No.
mine's
Shut up.
Way more.
Shut up. I'm talking to Eric.
Well, it's a 9th level conjuration spell. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it's of legendary rarity. Meaning this is, quite honestly, probably the only 9th level spell scroll you will ever see in your lives. And you know that, just from reputation, casting the gate spell requires a single diamond worth at least 5,000 gold pieces. So, it's up
It's
there
at least
with...
more than that.
Yeah, it's very powerful. Yes, it can theoretically open a gate to anywhere.
Yes. Monetary value would Caleb know?
At this level, you couldn't know. At least 50,000 gold pieces. Like, you could buy a small kingdom for that scroll.
So I would say that spell scroll alone is worth 50,000 gold, at least.
Yeah. Downside is no one is gonna have money to trade for that scroll.
Yes, but I'm just
So-
giving a monetary equivalency.
Yeah.
It would be
But the
items.
point is like if you're not going to use the scroll, you know, would for your group.
And does Caleb know what the Shadow Gates are? I know what they
We've
are.
talked about them. in-game.
Roll me a history check.
Yeah. Can I have advantage?
No.
No. But Yandere,
I was supposed to
if you
try to
wouldn't
ask.
mind rolling me a history as well.
Oh, why?
19 plus 8, 27.
I had a
Why did
15.
you ask for advantage?
I'm proficient in
do
history
it.
as well.
Can I have advantage since this is elvish stuff?
That's why I'm letting you roll.
Okay, fine.
But Caleb, yeah, you know a fair bit about Shadow Gates. You know kind of that they exist. Theoretically, how they kind of work. And blah, blah. Okay. Theoretically, how they work, at least insofar as how what you use them for. They're kind of lost knowledge, really, but obviously a topic that anyone would be very interested to know. As obviously the keystones are crafted at the same time the gate is, meaning the number of keystones that can go to any particular gate is fixed at the time of the gate's creation. So, yeah. Yandere, you, as Caleb is kind of explaining this stuff, you're like, okay, yeah. I mean, I know we have some similar-ish stuff in the Feywild. But I mean, you guys don't call them shadow gates. In some cases, they've just simply called them fairy gates, and Fae have been known to travel through those gates from time to time in history. Not really something that's been done recently, but they're kind of a historical thing that almost everyone knows about, but no one really cares about anymore.
And then, does Volred have any information on it?
Volred has probably heard of it. He might vaguely recall it was in a history lesson that he pretty much wasn't paying attention to. And so perhaps he recalls kind of what they are and what they do, but really nothing beyond that.
And did
Thank you.
Izal say that we get all 3 of these items? Or we pick one?
It was a pick one or get money.
Or some other item or items from the inventory. He just showed you his most valuable stock. Stuff that he normally would never part with, but for whatever reason seems to be willing to in this case.
I say it's worth it.
Yeah, but we have to have like a number. These items or X amount. Or equivalent of.
Well, I would assume we're probably not going to aim for the top amount, which is the 50,000 that Caleb has mentioned. But yes,
Always aim for the top.
that's assuming we're going to find something large enough for him. Is that not right?
There was. Yeah, we'd have to be able to find the item, but if we don't succeed in it, we don't get rewarded anyway.
Well, what if we don't bring one back of the appropriate size? Did he mention anything about size?
Yeah, and minor illusion again of a rock. It's roughly the size of half a fist. It's got to be at least this big.
That means we're going to have to go into the Sea of Falling Stars.
Is that like a euphemism for something, or is it actual sea?
It is an actual sea.
Oh.
Like with water and
Well, yes. What other seas do you guys have?
Well, I've heard the Sea of Stars is also like the night sky.
Well, this is the Sea of Falling Stars.
Oh. Okay.
Stars fall into the sea.
how
Sometimes
often
some of those stars fall and wash up across the shore, but those are merely like pebbles, not anything as big as that. And depending on how far into the sea you're in, constantly. But it is not an easy place to traverse.
What type of dangers could we encounter? Do you know?
Have you constantly had to navigate comets falling from the sky? Smaller stars is really what you refer to them as, but it's almost as like a hailstorm, just with celestial entities.
and
Not to
constantly.
mention, yeah, constantly. Not to mention, the Sea of Falling Stars is connected to the Astral Sea. So if you get lost, Lord only knows where you'll end up. And there are said to be beasts, primordial entities that dwell beneath those seas that are massive and unknowable. Beasts such as sea serpents, krakens, all manner of things.
Hydras, lots of
I
things.
have an additional question. Given the danger posed of the Sea of Falling Stars, will we be able to find somebody to take us? Or would we be using a boat ourselves?
There are some, you call them sailors, that travel the Sea of Falling Stars. It's a method of commerce. It's how some Fey items get into the prime material and how some prime material items get into the Fey. So there are people who traverse it. As for hiring or finding someone, that might be a difficult task.
Well, the mysterious monsters hiding beneath a body of water that could potentially drag us to be lost in the astral sea for maybe eternity. You know, I'm good. I'm good.
How about 3,000 gold each? I don't, as a number. If it's everything goes easy and simple, we need a number to that. If it's harder and more dangerous, the number can change to more.
Now we
Well, I'm assuming the level of danger is indicative of the item that they're willing to give up. So the one that has the most value or has the highest potential of achieving should be our top number or top cap. If you're saying 15,000 is the amount that we would take if it's an easy trip, which it will not be, but if it goes smoothly and 15,000 is the amount that you're going with, then that should be the difference. So the cap would be the Elvish sword. Do I know about the Starkiller sword?
Actually, you might roll me a history at advantage. Because this is an Eladrin blade.
13.
I
The
can already hear
name,
astral sea.
yeah, the name sounds familiar. Obviously, you would not know it by its, prime material name. But the blade that Izal shows you does spark a memory of something you may have read. That's definitely a fairy blade um, that went missing millennia ago. Um, all you really know about it is, as Izal kind of hinted at, it's a blade that harbinges calamity, and apparently once belonged to an archfey, um, one whose name is no longer remembered.
That is
Um,
the blade that I remember from games, correct?
yes, and so you know just how dangerous it can be.
Yes, but I'm not going to go into detail.
Super weak.
So it sounds like that's our difference. 15,000 gold to whatever the highest item is.
Sounds like they're all probably at that like 50,000 one.
I said 15, which would be the 3,000 per person if it goes easy, and then whatever your cap item is. But if you're the one that he said he was least likely to get rid of was the sword, and the scroll was the easiest one to get rid of, it's probably worth more than the 50,000 that you're expecting it to be.
I would honestly bump it up with this type of job 25,000 base, 5,000 each. Because of the risk involved. Yes, it has a chance of being easier than the most difficult. But chances are it's going to be difficult in some manner or form. We are taking a risk in going into this for him. I suggest we do 25,000 base.
I would say, as a point of order, just to remember
That's a
though,
lot
it's
of
like
money.
part of like what Izal says. There are entire cities that don't have that much liquid capital. So you might he may have objects that could potentially fetch a
Yeah.
price that large, but like I said, no one would ever be able to buy these things. You might trade
Yeah.
them, but
For a small duchy.
So instead of
So yeah,
putting
you joke though. But I mean, yes,
I want a big duchy. I don't want a small duchy.
an object like that could even purchase one a noble title.
so 25,000 gold worth of services and or goods is what you're saying.
I like the way that sounds better.
yes.
Okay. Alright, I go.
Okay, you heading back to Godwin's?
Yeah.
Okay, as you return, he's still flipping through the same book. This time, scrolling some notes. As you kind of arrive, he kind of glances up over glasses. Oh, Izal, you've returned. That
Hello.
was quick. I trust you've made your decision then.
Oh yeah. We lived just like down the street and everyone was there. So Yandre and Calum both kind of familiar with some of the stuff that you had shown. So they want to make sure that the risk versus reward is adequate for it. So we decided if it were going to be a monetary number, that it would need to be 25,000 worth of goods and services.
Sort of a debt, so to speak, that might be taken in some initial sum and then perhaps paid back over time.
That would be what we were looking for. Just because we couldn't ask for an amount that was the value of what you're requesting. But we couldn't, because that would be impossible. But
Yes, I
the risk
understand.
that we're running into is potentially worse than death.
I won't lie, old friend, that is a steep price. But I think it is one I am willing to pay.
Okay. So it's agreed. We'll be heading out shortly. Probably not today, like tomorrow or something. Whenever everyone's ready.
Very well. I will prepare the spell and be ready to send you. Hopefully, I can get you someplace close to where you'll need to be.
How are we getting back?
Well, that's a very good question. I could send along a scroll of plane shift. From my understanding, Caleb should be able to make an attempt of that. Seems close enough that he could do it with minimal damage. So that is perhaps one of the best ways, unless there is another portal of which your friend is aware.
I guess we'll have to figure that out then. Great. Alright, I'm gonna go and let everyone know that we're good to go.
Very well.
Bye, Godwin. See you later.
Suppose I shall see you on the morrow.
Yeah, assuming I think we're all good.
Very well.
I
And
leave.
thank you.
Oh.
I realize you haven't come through just yet, but I do appreciate your group being willing to take this on, even if it is for a rather exorbitant sum.
Alright. I don't
like-
feel fair good about it either. Alright, let's go.
Yeah, that's like the awkward. Yeah.
That's why I don't do
I don't know
negotiation.
what to tell you,
Bye,
bro.
Godwin.
Oh well.
I mean, not like he's ever really gonna fill the day.
What are you talking about? Have you seen this guy's prices? They're outrageous.
He has perfectly adequate prices for the things you purchase from him.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Some things.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, I guess with that, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute break.
Right.
Briak. Briaka. Brock. Briak. Yeah, yo.
I made a bowl of very spicy ramen during the break. It's too hot to eat right now.
Yeah.
Wait, you said spicy.
Yeah,
So
but
it's a bowl of spicy ramen, but you're
It's
still
got a lot of green
also
on it.
not capable of eating it.
It's temperature-wise, it's also hot. That's why.
I see.
I have my
Ramen
drink.
Waluigi days.
Okay. So anyway, there we go. He's back! Yay! Bull Red's back!
Huzzah.
Yes, huzzah. Well, welcome back, guys.
What?
Um, So, um, so you guys are gonna head to Godwin's, or Godwin's.
That's not their name.
Correct. But so you guys are waiting to do the whole thing with Day after you guys get back.
Probably.
Okay. All right. Making sure. I understood. Okay. So any last minute preparation stuff you guys needed to do before you head off to the Feywild?
Any last minute thing we need, we should probably get now.
Well, I'm asking.
How are we actually going to the Feywild?
Okay, well, there's two things that we need to also divvy up still. There's a couple of potions, and then there's those scrolls from that vault.
Weren't there deeds?
There are also deeds.
That's true.
Those
Which
were-
Bull Red was very interested in getting.
There's a deed to a ruined tower in East Ariellen, and a deed to a small estate. A fife?
And then DM, just as a question,
Yeah.
there is a ring that has Elven script on it. What does
Mhm.
a ring say?
It's just a poem.
Okay.
That's part of the thing that was sold, so everyone got that.
So yeah, not really worth anything exactly.
It's not magical, it's just neat.
It's just neat. Yeah.
So there's those scrolls of Fairy Fire, False Life, Unseen Servant, and Clone. I can't cast spells, so these don't do me any good.
Just gonna point, just kind of gesture to Yandere and Caleb. Just, well, I can't cast those spells.
I know I can. I don't know which spells fall technically in my spell book, as like Yandere doesn't know those, so he would just say, "Hey."
None of those fall on Cleric.
Yeah, so I was like, I don't think any of them do, but like Yandere doesn't know that, so he's like, he says to Caleb, anything that you think I can use, send my way, but if not, then you keep them.
Alrighty, I'll grab them. Isn't Fairy Fire also a cleric spell?
No.
Okay, so they're all.
I
Well,
think
false
some
life.
clerics, but
Yes.
generally no.
Not the grave kind.
Okay, then we're good.
There's
Then
a
I will
potion
take
of
the-
animal friendship. Then there's a potion of force resistance.
I will take the potion of force resistance.
Who wants to be friends with animals?
I'm already friends with Kelmac, so what is the difference between that and other animals?
I'm offended.
Are you not part animal?
Are you not part animal?
I mean, I am of some sorts that are foreign to this land, but is that not the same of you?
No.
This conversation's getting out of hand. Yandere, you should drink this quick before he gets angry with you.
Would that work? That would be funny. I have to give it to him, don't I?
Would be
No.
hilarious.
Animal friendship only helps you with beasts, which Kelmac is not.
Stand by
So
my
there's a
statement.
difference. He is an animal. He's just not a beast. Got it.
So hypothetically, you have a beast, you cast Awaken on it, and it gets smart and it's like a living creature, and then you get an argument with it. If you drink the potion of animal friendship, would you win the argument? Because they can't be mad at you anymore. Just throwing it out there for stupid hypotheticals. Anyway, So Yandere, you take the potion of force resistance, and I can take the potion of animal friendship. As a potential future bear, I will have that. And I needed the fire breath one because I replenished the one I used. And there's nothing else other than those deeds that we can try to address when we get back. Volred, do you want to hold on to them?
Sure.
Okay. We'll have to see if these have a claim to them before you go and real estate agent it.
Caleb, have you taken a look at this pewter ewer engraved with arcane runes yet?
What was that?
I believe Zol said all of that stuff he just sold.
You didn't give.
I'm assuming this is all based off of things being identified through Caleb, labeled as this is things of just value. These are things of magical interest, and I just went and kind of converted it to a way where you can, since I can carry all that stuff with me, get it converted for everyone else. Unless there was something you wanted to keep in that form. So, I've done that for a few things. I think I have a handkerchief that's expensive on me. And there's 4 potions of healing too.
I am okay. Hold on to them.
I have 3 currently, so I don't need more.
I currently have 2, so I'm okay without it.
Before we go, I would need more potions. Just FYI.
You can have
We
all
have-
of them. Then.
We
I'm
have
good.
4 extras.
Perfect.
Okay, so you'll have those, and that's all I've got on my list of
Stuff.
taking care of business.
What was the unknown vial?
That's something for you to find out. I don't know that.
You want to drink it?
Oh. It appears to be some sort of mutagenic liquid as far as you can tell. You'd have to study it, but from what you've been able to gather, this appears to be a custom thing that they have brewed.
They've already paid me 100 platinum. I'll drink it.
Okay, then I will hold on to it and study it. And yeah, I'll do some rolls about that later.
What was that, Kelmac?
Nothing.
Oh. So is there anything else we need to do to prepare before we go to the Fae?
We
Items, things we might need on a trip. If we're going underwater, we should have a way of doing that. Do we have a way of doing that?
no.
Great.
I need a diamond worth 1,000 gold pieces.
Well, we could
No, that's later.
make...
Just thinking out loud.
Specific. I can swim really fast, but I can't hold my breath forever.
Don't think anyone else except creatures who live in the water can hold their breath forever.
Would swimming count as athletics?
But you normally wouldn't have to roll unless the waters are dangerous. Like
So
your
we'll naturally be
rapids or
good.
something like that.
I will also say that I have a scroll of underwater breathing that I never used. So I can learn that and then cast that so that we can breathe underwater. Because remember when we bought these back when we did
Yeah.
the underwater cavern
Yeah.
thing, whatever it was?
Yep.
The Maelstrom Pearl.
Yeah. We keep getting sent to underwater shit that
That was a
fucking
long time
sucks.
ago.
We're a bunch of islands. It makes sense. So can you do that like tonight or
Yes, I can do that right now.
okay? So we have water breathing taken care of for the most part.
Yes.
I have ways of carrying things, but if it's the size of half a fist, I don't have to worry about that. We also don't really necessarily have a way back, for sure.
Yeah, we
Godwin
do.
mentioned how.
I can teleport us back.
That works.
Yeah. Across planes. I just can't get to a specific area unless I know exactly where to go. But
All right.
if I don't have a circle in another plane, I can't go there. But I can go across planes, I believe. Let me double check.
You're the wizard. I'm gonna believe you.
Yeah, it doesn't say you can't. Oh, on the same plane of existence as you. So you do have to be on the same plane.
Okay, so I have to find a way to back into this. Okay.
Like a plane shift.
And Shadow itself is a druid spell as well as a wizard spell, 7th level.
Mm-hmm.
Godwin said he has a scroll that could help us, but he said it would still be risky for you.
He has a way to get us back? Or is
He
that
has a
to...
scroll?
Okay. How would we get there?
Well, he has a way of sending us there.
Okay,
But we don't have a
so
way of getting back without either that scroll or something else we find on the other side, like a gate or something.
I will say that I am quite adept at using scrolls, so I have a much less chance of failing using higher level spells than other people. But there's still a chance.
Okay. Anything else we need? I've got some food.
Just to clarify, DM, to use a scroll you don't have the capacity for, I would use Arcana, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Well,
yeah.
it's your spell save
It's a spell
or
check.
spell check.
Okay, so it's a spell check.
Yeah. Which
Which-
I mean is still pretty good for you.
Yeah. Which, yeah.
A little bit of guidance in there.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm good. I've got nothing else then. Head out tomorrow.
I'm good.
Roa doesn't work. Be right back.
So, with that, you collect your shit and make your way over to Godwin's place. Familiar area. As you guys kind of arrive, coming to the door, ding, 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 ding. Godwin is nowhere to be seen initially, but kind of quickly comes out from a back room, wearing this kind of blue and silver robe that kind of shimmers a little bit. He seems to be holding like a, big piece of chalk and then like a small bag of other stuff. Kind of looks over. Ah, you have arrived. Well, I was just finishing up sections of the ritual here, and then we should be ready to depart momentarily. Is there anything else you need before you depart?
I'm good.
Very well. Well, I suppose the important thing is that I will be using a plane shift spell in order to get us there. And I thought a little bit about your statement previously, and I decided that at least for the initial time, it may be best if I travel with you. That way I shall be available to make the return trip, should you require.
It's
Gallon's over there,
dangerous.
like,
I'm okay.
yes, I'm aware it is dangerous, but the truth is, we have a bit better of a chance of arriving. If I go without you, it could be a bit of a crapshoot. I can't say for certain where exactly you'll end up. I'm willing to make this concession, unless you feel confident that you can deal with whatever it is you might run into.
Honestly, prefer the extra help initially, at least, until we get our bearings.
I feel better about just the ability to get back not being so much up in the air.
Yeah.
Very that.
Ooh. I don't know how does this spell like consume like the monetary cost of getting back and forth, or is it just
No, there is
way to
a
get it?
focus I'll have to use, but I have the tuning fork, so
So for your safety though, could we go there and then just message you? Because like we can still communicate across planes. Could we just ask if you're available, like to come back? It might take like a couple days of preparation for it, but it means we'll have a way of getting back.
I suppose that's possible. This is a fairly powerful spell, and I can't exactly arrive always on target. So if you're ready to go, and I am to go and meet you, there's no telling whether or not I'll arrive in your vicinity. Simply put, is if I am going to go, it is best to go with you, so that way I am adequately prepared and protected. If I do not go with you in the initial jump, I'm afraid you'll have to find your own way home.
We should probably take him.
How
I agree.
confident are you with your combat prowess?
He kind of looks over to you. Well, I am a scholar, not a fighter, but I am capable of casting plane shift, so you should
Better
know
than
that
Caleb.
my magical abilities are quite good.
Much greater than my own, that's for sure.
And once we get to our destination, I may have a place where he can stay and stay safe.
Ooh. Okay. Well, I feel better
Then-
about this than I did yesterday.
Then I'm much more inclined to do this.
Very well, then. If there is nothing else, we should be ready to begin shortly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Want to like, lock the door or something?
Oh, yes. That will be fine. I also have an apprentice coming by to take care of the shop while we are away. At least keep some of the basic things going and then handle some of my existing clients. Things of that nature. Kind of goes and finishes. kind of sets everything off to the side and goes and pulls, like his own kind of bag of holding, kind of slides it over his shoulder, and grabs his staff. Well, I suppose we're good to go. If you're ready to begin.
I'm ready.
I'm good to go. Let me just change some spells around because, yeah.
As ready as I'll ever be.
Okay. So, he goes, has everyone there. You guys kind of gather in a bit of a circle, kind of holding hands a little bit, with the two flanking him just kind of placing their arms on his shoulders. You see him kind of pull out this kind of long, kind of copper tube, and this other kind of long silver-looking tube. The copper tube is kind of forked. Looks like a slightly bigger version of a tuning fork. As he kind of sits there and kind of gestures around. Goes, well, and then you see him start gesturing with his hands and speaking magic words, occasionally striking the tuning fork. Each time he does so, the note gets louder and more sustained.
Counterspell.
Bastard! Yes. Where is Yandere?
He said, fuck this shit, I'm out.
He abandoned the quest.
Okay. So,
Just like
we'll
us.
say then.
Pesky party.
Oh, Yandere, welcome back. Would you do me a solid and roll 2d10s and let me know what each of the results are?
I'm already not liking this at all.
Just tell him no.
Yeah, tell him no.
Am I the only person that's rolling this?
Yep, I just roll a d10, let me know what the result is, and then roll another d10 and let me know what the result is.
5 and 7.
5 and 7.
One's latitude, one's longitude.
Door.
Just like my battleship.
You're dropped directly in the astral sea. Oh no.
Hey, no travel needed.
Okay. All right. So, as the Godwin kind of strikes the last, or strikes the tube for the last time, the sound this time keeps. Kind of like goes maybe a little flat and then kind of comes back in with different amplitudes. Before you guys feel as though the ground beneath you gives way and you are falling through space. This kind of rushing mass of stars and nebulas and galaxies are rushing past you, until you see kind of quickly ahead a light that just kind of flickers, pops into existence. The area you guys watched all around you, there's cliffs of a large forest, a mountain range battered by storms, a massive waterfall of like silver shimmering liquid kind of falling from an impossible height. You see additional forests of trees of different colors. You see a vast grassland of red and amber foliage. Beyond the far distance, you see what looks like a coast, storms beyond, and lightning storms abound. But as you guys kind of shift and are moving about, you start looking before you as the red beneath you slowly starts expanding out, as if this massive forest of tall red trees spreads out before you. And all at once, you crash through the canopy, and the light suddenly goes away as you hit solid ground. Some of you are able to kind of land somewhat on your feet. Some of you kind of smack the ground prone, lose your breath a little bit, and have to kind of get back up. But as you're kind of coming up a little bit, looking around, Yandre, roll me an intelligence check, right? It's your character.
It's just you hitting me with intelligence and stuff. You know I'm not good at this. I got a 5.
Okay. You kind of glance around, looking at the trees. You guess you're somewhere in the Amber Forest. But this place, you're not sure that you've ever been here. This section is much darker than the rest, and though you can still kind of see bits of the twilight, the orange-red sun that it takes up so much of autumn, kind of scattering and making its way through the canopy. When you actually look above you, what you see is the night sky, and a massive sun, much larger than even you recall in autumn, that seems to push these kind of god rays of lunar light down through the trees. Beneath you, the normal kind of red foliage is more shifted towards a purple and blue, as this kind of thick twilight, early evening vibe is around. You can kind of glance and see these kind of large liths of wide, flat stone that kind of pop up in little clusters with kind of etchings and sylvan on them, and kind of wrapped around with natural cording and decorated with beads, leaves, bones, anything there to just kind of decorate the spot. You also notice these kind of large clusters of moonstone that appear to be growing in the surrounding areas.
Well, it looks like we landed in the Amber Forest, but I'm not quite sure I've been to this particular place.
Is there any... What can we use as a reference to kind of direct us towards
Is
this?
there like a north?
Well, not really. Your compass and the prime material is really just set for the prime. This can follow the sun.
Does the sun set?
Sundown, sunrise. It doesn't necessarily set per se, but yes, I guess in terms of prime, yes, they do.
Are there multiple sun? As just looking around for like, is there just one sun?
As far as you can tell, there is one sun. It is large and puts off this kind of faint late afternoon yellow light. But the moonlight seems to be stronger in this glade.
So where do you think we should? What direction do you think we should head?
So Eric, you never gave me the map of this area. I know you told me.
Well, there isn't necessarily a map, as you know. Things don't exist in physical places here.
Push and pull.
But from what you can tell, you seem to be fairly deep within the Amber Forest. And so you might get out if you have head some kind of vaguely southward direction. The thing about navigating the Feywild is you kind of can't get where you're going unless you know where you're going.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
So I would turn back to Caleb and just be like, honestly, it's just best to get walking.
All right, let's get to walking.
Then, Eric, I would go in the direction that would lead me to believe that we are heading towards the sundown.
Okay, so kind of west, southwest.
Yeah.
Kind of from where you're going. Okay, and it feels kind of weird being home, especially after so long. Would have been nice if you didn't drop in the Amber Forest, which is like by far the most mindfuckiest place in here. But that's just the way this stuff goes sometimes.
Let's make sure that if you see any like small lights, to not engage with them, and if you're looking for anything to warm yourselves, do not cut the trees down here.
Can we use fallen tinder?
Depends on how fallen it is.
Off the tree.
Well, there's a lot of ambient trees that don't necessarily fall far from themselves. It's kind of hard to explain. Just if you plan on warming yourself up with anything, just let me know before you do it.
Is there something that harvests these, as I'm just looking around at the bones and all this little bits hanging from the trees, just that will try to take our bones?
Well, this is the land of harvest, so everything harvests here.
Ah. I'm just gonna walk in the middle and just watch the trees.
Good.
Okay.
This is really when you need to spell speak with plants.
Or you can just talk to a plant. Do you want to do? Do you
Good.
want me to turn around and talk to a plant?
So,
What's your name, Dave?
Avoid that.
Yandre,
Yes.
Fall.
as you are heading
Ow.
through the Amber Forest, you start to notice the trees kind of subtly changing shape a little bit. As the sun seems to get even lower in the sky, and the entire forest seems to shift from the red hues to even more of the blue kind of twilight hues. You start to see some iconography as you move through. As the sun kind of comes through and you kind of look around, you see these effigies, these kind of twig and thatch effigies of these sort of creatures, humanoid in shape, that stand on two legs. Almost undiscernible by some of the rest of your party members. You do recognize these as some kind of wicker representations of Lupinians, one of the many Therian tropes who inhabit the realm of Autumn. But that, along with the sort of druid markers you had seen previously, and the general vague changing of this place come nightfall, leads you to believe that you may have landed somewhere on the boundary of the barony of the Moonlit Grove. A place that maybe you have been at some point. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the shifting market. I just want to double check. Yeah, Moonlit Grove. They're one of the loyalist factions.
Yeah.
So the ones that are choose to remain loyal to the sovereign.
I would have had engagements with them at some point or another.
Right. Yeah, they're one of the. They have strong ties, and they're not big fans of the Pumpkin King. And so, yeah.
So I'll turn to the rest of the group and just kind of let them know. It looks like we are entering into the Moonlit Grove. You don't. It looks like we're entering into the Moonlit Grove. Just be incredibly careful of really anything. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to wait until all of that's done because I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Just mute the chat.
I was trying to, and then I kept clicking the alt button because that's my push to talk button, and it kept taking me out of it. So I was like, I'm just gonna wait for them to stop.
Sorry, that was my fault. My Discord froze for
It's okay.
quite a long time.
Yeah, we're good. I would just say, be careful. Even more so than where we were before. This place is full of Lupinians, or really you half for you human, half wolf, very similar to what we were talking about when we were dealing with our last job, but
like
born of that, not made.
Yes, let's avoid all of that if we
Well,
can.
it's not necessarily that we need to avoid them. We just need to be mindful, which means don't just go hitting anything that you see that you want to hit. Specifically, turns to Volred. If you see any animals in the forest, you know how you usually shoot first, ask questions later?
I mean, that's only happened like a couple of times. When was the last time I've done that?
Or when was the last time you've had an opportunity to?
When was the last time I've done that?
The last time you had an opportunity.
I asked a simple question.
I know,
hear
and
you.
I'm just
I
answering.
hear
I'm
you.
just saying, please don't shoot anything because it will very, very much piss off the Baroness Lysina.
What if it's coming right at me?
Ask questions first,
Stand your ground.
please.
Don't say our names. Don't give our names.
Not your full names.
So I should be pretty easily covered here.
Sure. Or you could also say that you've entered into a contract with Yandere Evergale.
I will lead every conversation with that.
Maybe not every conversation. How about we just stay quiet for now? And I look at everybody, not just at Volred, like literally everyone.
All right.
Okay.
And
So-
I'll attempt to lead them through the Moonlit Grove or possibly out, because I want to get out of here as soon as possible.
Yeah. You guys continue to head, mostly kind of west southwest. Almost dropped the screen. So yes, you guys are continue to head, making your way through the forest. And then you guys hear a slight kind of shifting sound kind of ahead and to the right. Yandere, you hear this kind of twisting, like wood twisting, and then like the rustling of leaves and bushes and branches ahead. And you're just kind of sitting around taking stock.
Do I know this to be the shifting of the trees itself, or is this something else?
Sounds a little louder than just the twisting of the trees.
I'll tell the group to stop for a second and kind of shout out into the woods. Make yourself known.
Just kind of ahead, off to your right, maybe about 60 feet away, you see these two kind of silver orbs just kind of suddenly open from like an elevated position, like 15 feet up, and kind of look in your direction. Then they kind of lumber, and you see them shift, and you see this kind of massive leg come out from the shadows, hit the ground with a massive, and you feel the ground beneath you kind of shake a little bit. As slowly stepping out of the shadows is this massive treant, who's just kind of looking down at you and just going.
Yandere like smiles back up at the treant and it's just like, this is a protector, and do not engage with it when it comes to fighting. And then Yandere walks up about 2 steps and bows and simply says, I am Yandere Evergale of the Sundown Sentinels. I seek passage.
The tree figure starts speaking back to you in Sylvan, which for those of you who don't speak it is this kind of, think Elvish, but even more kind of melodic and flowing, as if there's no longer words, it's just a series of sounds that are just kind of melodically strung together. As the tree just kind of reaches up. Welcome, Yandere of the Sentinels. I am Thorn Rumblebark, guardian of the village of Glimmerbrook.
I'm sorry, you said which location?
Glimmerbrook.
Sorry, I'm having to go through all my notes, make sure I got my stuff up.
New Jersey.
No, I get it. I was sitting there going through, it's like, man, I really should have printed this stuff out because it's much easier just instead of jumping back between pages.
I don't have Glimmerbrook on my notes, just as a heads up.
Okay, fine. Glimmerbrook, from what you would have heard of it, it's a small village, mostly known for herbalism and potion making. And it is known for having some of the most unique flora in autumn in its surroundings, which is saying something, really, for autumn. But there are a number of potions and traders who come through here from time to time to collect some of the raw herbs and such. So a well-known-ish area, but you do know it lies near the boundary of the barony.
Boundary between the
here and the barony of the Harvest Moon.
Okay. Got a long way to go. All right.
Yes, but I mean also the barony of the Harvest Moon, not a place you really want to get caught.
Yeah,
but
great. So, and is this similar to Moonrise? Because that's where I have in my notes that herbalists and healers are normally located, and that's where
they do have skilled herbalists and healers there, and there's a lot there. Glimmerbrook is a similar place, but it's a village, and it's where they do most of the growing of herbs. But that does also naturally transition into potion making and herbalism and such. But yes.
And so now that I know we're near Glimmerbrook, or about to enter Glimmerbrook, how far away do I feel we are from the actual like location? Sundown Shores.
You would guess if the realm shifts in a favorable way and you're able to take the roads, which is the most favorable, probably not more than 2 or 3 days at most. You could probably cut some of that time off if you go across land, which would also allow you to avoid Gordfell, which you probably would want to do anyway. But, you know, the wilds are what the wilds are here.
I talk back to the treant and just say, we simply mean to pass through. Thank you for allowing our pilgrimage.
Go in peace.
And then Yandere will just nod and look back at everybody and just tell them to come on.
And then you see Thorn kind of take a step back, stiffen up a little bit, and close his eyes, and kind of disappear into the shadow.
And as they pass him, I'm going to look back over at Kelmec and just be like, that's why we don't burn any of the branches.
How does he... Like he just, like, disappears, right? He doesn't just turn into a tree.
When he stops moving, you can't distinguish him from any other tree. I mean, you know this one's a tree because you saw him turn back, but I mean, the darkness kind of helps, and yeah, I mean, any one of these could be Trent.
Like, and I'm sure all the shit hanging from the trees just immediately makes me forget which one he was, and I'm just like, that's spooky.
Is it?
A little.
Trees are everywhere in the Amber Forest.
I admire the natural camouflage, and I'm sure he's a very great guardian.
Yes. But, just so you guys know, we are about to enter in the Fey town of Glimmerbrook. This would be a good place if you're needing any ingredients, potions, salves. There's a lot of very talented healers here as well. It's a great place to stop. We have about, in prime material time, 2 days before we make it where we need to go, or at least close enough to it. And that's if the land shifts in a favorable way.
Do people in the Feywild take gold, or is that still a currency?
Is it like a barter system?
I don't know.
Actually, DM, because I know there are some merchants, again, that deal with prime materials, so I would assume that gold and stuff would be acceptable here.
Yep. Gold is gold. They also really like trinkets and gems.
Anything shiny.
So, yes, generally speaking, they will. Prime material currency is good here.
So the trade is very similar, and almost exactly the same, except for, again, just make sure that you are mindful of the value of the things that you are purchasing and the amount that you're giving away.
Okay.
Deal with the exact change.
So value is sort of free floating.
No tipping?
Not without proclaiming it is not. Not without making sure that they know there is no need to return the value.
Make sure they know. Sorry. Make sure they know it's a gift.
An offering. Shall we go?
Yeah.
So, as you continue on, as Yandre promised, within about 10-15 minutes, the forest kind of clears just a little bit to see a village nestled atop this kind of running silver stream cutting through the forest with all these kind of almost kind of little fairy tale style houses. Most of them have these kind of elevated, like cobblestone foundations, and then usually some kind of timber and plaster main section with hat or thatch or slate or wooden roofs. Um, all kind of very, you know, Disney fairy tale ish kind of vibe. But the architecture isn't exactly impossible or weird or anything. It's still functional, but it's got that kind of Disneyland aesthetic. But as you guys are kind of coming through, you walk past these two halflings who appear to be twins. Um, I mean, with the down to the same facial hair. When they kind of look at you and smile, they're both missing like the same teeth. Who are in the process of just kind of hoeing a section of field, and kind of gathering. As you pass down near, right off from the stream near the center of town, there is a well that kind of sits out front of a building that's slightly larger than all the rest. Here you see, in a language that I think none but Yandre speak, Sylvan. You see the. Do you speak Sylvan, Yandre?
I do.
Or
And Caleb.
I was gonna say, I think Volred and
wow,
Caleb
how many people speak Sylvan? Okay.
3.
Well, then you guys would.
He's all
Well,
Calback just
It's a
hanging out.
language that a lot of people don't take. I mean, Elvish is second common, but Sylvan.
It's like it's the Portuguese of Spanish. Like it's there. It's just Spanish is more popular to Elvish.
Yes, but anyway, you see a sign there that says the Shimmering Hearth Inn.
And before we enter, I am gonna pull Volred off to the side real quick, and I'll just like move him over and just say, I didn't mean to tell you to be quiet, and I know that you are now remaining silent because I said we should probably not speak anymore, but I just want to make sure that you're aware that words have a grave importance here. So asking questions upon questions may not bode well in casual conversation, and I just don't want you to get stuck in something you don't need to be in.
Precisely why I stopped talking.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't because I told you to stop talking.
I look around as if to make sure there's no other, like, Fey people around.
Did she kind of glance around? Yeah, I mean, despite the fact being night, there's still lots of people around. You see gnomes, elves, Eladrin, like him, several wolf people. You also spot a couple bear people, a fox person, a goose person, an owl person, and then what looks like little tiny people with wings, like fairies, kind of flying around.
A lion person?
You don't see a lion person.
Oh, he's not
Calback,
with you.
he's right
And then
there.
there are some humans as well. So
Am I able to, like, figure out if anyone's, like, looking at us or, like, trying to listen into this conversation?
no one seems to particularly care. I mean, in Kelmac, you can tell kind of looking around, there are people who have kind of walked past you guys, but they've given you no more than just a quick glance. They don't, they're like, okay, lion person, sure.
Listen, there's a goose person, okay? That's throwing me for a loop. That's throwing
normal.
Kelmac for a loop, just
You're
like...
the weird
They're
one.
actually pretty common in the southern parts, in the barony of the Shattered Hills? Yeah, Shattered Peaks.
Yeah, Kelmac. Don't be rude.
So I just respond to Yandere. I am doing my best to not say too much.
Okay. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Shall we go back? I will take that as a yes. And then I'll like literally get behind Volred and like push him towards the door of the tavern.
You guys kind of burst through the Shimmering Hearth Inn. The bottom section is kind of built out like a little bit of a tavern, with a number of individuals who are in the process of having an awful lot of fun and drink. Most of them seem to be running through and listening to a half-elven gentleman, Bard, who is kind of sitting there and playing a fiddle, while a set of panpipes and a drum are kind of floating around him, playing along with the tune.
We'll walk in and attempt to find a place for us to sit down.
Okay. Most of the tables are taken, so you guys have to find some stools up at the bar. But as you guys do, the bartender comes by, kind of this ripped dwarven gentleman with slightly gray-blue skin and this kind of platinum white-yellow beard that kind of poofs out like in a half circle, and the ends are kind of curled as if they've been in curlers, and the top is in kind of a curly Q mustache. But he's bald on top, except for he's got like some tattoos that run along the top of his head. As he kind of is moving over with these kind of large, kind of silver blue eyes, and speaking in Sylvan, goes, welcome, welcome. Welcome. What can I do you for? Some tea or drink?
We'll look over the group, still not realizing that Volred and Caleb speak Sylvan because it's never come up in casual conversation. I'm just like, all right, I gotta take care of all these
And
guys.
I'll interrupt and say, I will take tea, thank you.
The dwarf is just kind of looking over. He's kind of glancing at you and goes, no offense, your accent's not very good, but still, Bardrin. And he kind of reaches over and kind of grabs your hand off the table and starts shaking it. Pleasure to meet you. Tea, yes, I'll give you one of the finest herbal teas we have. Just a little bit of fungus to take it in. And how's specialty? Tea all around or mead?
Do you have any moonlit ambrosia?
Yes, I do, in fact. Very freshly brewed, indeed. He's kind of glancing at you, kind of sizing you up a little bit. He doesn't take long, with the kind of extended hair of the, the eyebrows, the copper hair, and the longer than average ears. He takes you for an Eladrin and goes, okay, good. Can't just give to everyone, dangerous stuff.
I'll take 2 of them.
Very well, very well. Anything else? Tea, mead?
Can you provide whiskey? Like, Leandro is like, between both of y'all, he's just like, yes, he said tea. So Volred is tea, Caleb is tea. I'm asking for whiskey for Kelmec, but I'm going in Sylvan and be like, my friend over here would probably want a whiskey. but can you just pretend to pour some water in the cup? You don't necessarily have to. It's more of a pseudo thing. Just pretend like you're pouring it in there and then give it to him.
I look over like,
Kind of looking you. All right. Fire water with a little bit of clear in there. Huh?
Yes. So, and
I gotcha.
the
And then you see
moonlight
him
and
start pulling out like a small kind of like gin cup that he kind of taps about like halfway full of something that looks like whiskey, kind of corks it, and then kind of reaches under, pulls out this kind of sea foam green glass, kind of uncorks that and starts filling the other half full of a clear liquid. Puts it down. There you go. And starts going around setting tea and then drinking some of the ambrosia. You notice the ambrosia is like this kind of silky, see-through pink liquid that seems to shimmer a little bit. And when you guys smell it, it's like very good smelling. You're like, I want some of that. And
the second
less so Volred, but Calum and Kelmac, when they kind of smell it, they might see their brains freak out just like a little bit of a second, because it's like a kind of scent that is almost addictive even without drinking it.
So the second glass of the Moonlit Ambrosia is going to go to Azal.
Okay. Slide that over.
Did you ask that question?
No, and that's it. And it's kind of sliding over the tea a little bit. You're kind of going out pulling these things that look like they might be lemons, but they're red, and squeezes them in the glass and then kind of sets them in the side. And he goes, please go. Will you guys be needing a room or anything tonight, or just passing through?
How in this place, because this is the Moonlit Groves, so like to me it's always moonlight, it's always night for the most part. So
yeah, pretty much high noon is like 7 o'clock in the prime.
So how long do I feel before we are actually the dead of night, where we would meet?
From what you can tell based on the shadows, the moon isn't overhead, so you would guess it's probably like 3 p.m.
And traveling and distance is something completely else, but like my understanding of the nearest town would be like a day away, I would assume.
Yep, that'd be about right. Yeah, so you would know the closest town. So let's see.
Caleb,
Would probably
what is
be
this?
Crimson Grove.
Okay, so I'll look at everybody and then look at it all, and it's Moonlit Ambrosia. It's a really strong elvish drink, but I know that you tend to like the stronger stuff, so I figured I'd get you a glass.
Why is it
I have
dangerous
what you all were talking
for
about.
certain individuals?
There is certain things that grow here in the Feywild that are not accustomed to the prime material. Your body might not take well to it, or your psyche. It does tend to play some mental games with you as well.
That way it smells so good?
Yes, the aroma is intoxicating. But before we get into that,
I don't want some.
that leads me to my next question is, we should probably get a room. Do you mind staying here?
Not at all.
Yes. Seems nice enough.
What are you, Godwin? What do you think?
Goblin kind of looking around, and it's funny because as you kind of see him, I'm kind of looking around, like, he probably fits in better than any of you other than Yandre.
Secretly Fey.
No, I mean, he's like human, but he's got like that pale skin and that long white hair. So if you didn't know any better, you would think he was elvish.
Oh, and I'm so sorry. Did you want tea or anything?
Godwin kind of looks around. I suppose I could have some tea, assuming it is safe for outsiders.
Sure.
Very well. Tea, then. And as that happens, it's like going through, and then Bardrin's like, right, I'll bring you some food to have. Good vegetable medley. Some freshly grilled mushrooms. And a room. Will there be 5 of them? Or are you going to double up? Ooh, or are you going to take a suite? Yes, I think I could fit all 6 of you in a suite.
How much is the suite?
Oh, well, I suppose, being outsiders as it is, and it's not exactly the tourist season, I could probably let it go for 8 shards a night.
8 shards.
Indeed.
Do I feel like he's upping the price or making
When he says 8 shards, that's 8 silver.
Yeah, I'm just making sure, like, in this area, do I feel like that's worth the amount? And do I also feel like he is trying to upsell us because he thinks people are outsiders?
Doesn't seem like he's trying to upsell you. I mean, it's a place to sleep. Obviously, if there's not a lot of... I mean, you would normally expect a pretty cozy room for 8 silver.
Okay.
But
I think Kalmek has something.
Question. Is this all still happening in Sylvan? So me and Izal are just sitting there, just like...
I'm assuming it is.
Yeah, it's a casual conversation that we forgot to switch over.
We heard tea at one point, and I'm like, okay, oh, word.
And I was handed a cup with like a brown liquid in it, and I'm just like...
You saw the bartender pour something that looks like whiskey into a jar, and then pour something that looks like water into a jar.
And then you see on the corner just like, thumbs up.
I want one of those fancy drinks as well.
Kelmac, would you mind rolling me a Constitution saving throw? Because what he cut that drink with was not water.
Oh no!
Everclear.
Oh,
Basically.
No.
Yep. As that goes through, you feel the burn all the way down.
Oh, no,
and as you breathe out, the burn goes all the way back up, singeing your throat, your mouth, your nostrils. If you're just kind of like, oh my god, if there was an open flame, you'd probably go up. And there is a little bit of a moment as you're kind of like rocking around, the sudden movement causes your vision to blur ever so slightly. You're not intoxicated, but this is strong shit.
Yandere.
Yeah, and it sounds like, oh my god.
While he's doing that, I'm sliding over the 8 silver pieces to pay for the room, and just kind of like looking at Comac like, what the hell is wrong?
Yeah, and you see Overton kind of stacking the silver and kind of as a stack going.
It's all there, my friend.
And he kind of pulls out this kind of silver-looking key, slides it over. It's got like a little light blue ribbon attached to it.
Yandere, is Fey water alcohol?
No. Fey water is water.
Albeit much purer.
It's a strong whiskey.
Do you not like it?
I mean, it's good. It's just... I think I may need y'all to carry me to my room after I finish the cup.
Okay. And I'll look back over, and I want to make sure that is it Brander?
Bardrin.
Bardrin gets another cup of the ambrosia for Volred, even though I know Volred can ask for himself now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you might ask because you might be like, that might have just been a fluke.
Yeah, I was like, oh, it's like learning that one word in Spanish and just kind of using that all the time, but never.
Yeah, you found the one word in Sylvan that he knew.
Donde
Hey.
está la biblioteca?
Well, in that case, I will just ask him myself for it.
Bardrin kind of goes, all right. Years are a little short, but we'll see how it goes. And he goes and pulls out like a little glass and starts pouring the ambrosia in there.
In Sylvan, I turn to Volred and I'm like, you speak Sylvan?
I respond in Sylvan. Well,
No.
of course. Do you not hear me talking?
Well, I hear you now, but I've just never knew that your domesticated lifestyle would have taught you the land language.
My people have been known to negotiate with everyone. Knowing multiple languages is a skill set that is very much supported in my family.
Great. That's good to know. Means you can communicate here. And then I'll look over at Caleb. You responded earlier as well. Do you know Sylvan? And I'm like saying this very slowly, and Sylvan just trying to figure out like if he completely understands.
Yes, my father taught it to me when I was young. It's a language he very much enjoys speaking.
Yandere just smiles. He's just like beaming. He's so happy right now. He's like, oh my god, you guys know my native language. This is cool.
Yeah.
Not just
Zal and Kelmac are just sitting there and realizing they are part of an ever smaller group of individuals at this
Oh
point.
no, I'm going to sit down. I took another sip of this thing. It's
Yeah,
sit down
you
time.
go and
Can
you
you
go and
understand
like
that?
turn to sit down and you kind of list to the side like whoa. Like turn to Jello there.
I will go back to common and just let them know that I'll be turned to Azal and Kelmec as he's walking away. I got us a room. We're gonna stay here for the night, and we will leave tomorrow. But for most of you, just so you're aware, the sun really doesn't shine here, so you're just going to have to trust me when it's time to wake up.
Yeah, I got a little internal clock
I
going.
was raised
so-
in mountains.
Just want to make sure.
I'm gonna turn to Caleb and in Sylvan say, Caleb, how do you think Azal will respond if we just looked over at her and said a few just random words and then started laughing?
Yandere's ears twitch, and he just like sits there and just.
They're getting used to the Feywild
So-
already.
Without even waiting for Caleb to answer, I just look over to Zal and I say in Sylvan, strawberry, banana, red, green,
No, I
blue.
start laughing.
Watermelon.
I return laughing as well while looking at Azal.
And I look back at them and I just laugh because I'm not understanding what exactly is happening. I'm just hearing him say strawberry, banana, like all this other stuff.
The fuck are they saying? Am I missing part of a conversation that I don't speak whatever that is?
I don't know.
Godwin, do you speak whatever the hell this is?
Godwin kind of looks over to you.
We say
I
yes.
guess-
Elvish.
And he points at a rune on his tongue. He goes, cast it before we left. Technically speak all languages now. And he's saying that in Dwarvish.
That is amazing.
Which I understood as well.
Which I understood as well.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Caleb understands it as well. Because I think for Kilmo, Dwarvish is third common.
Well, because he knows Jace is always going to play a dwarf, so it makes it really easy just to pick
Yep.
that.
Dwarvish is the language of the drunk.
And generally the language of the blacksmiths who forge your awesome epic gear.
why I enjoy
They
it.
only taught Volred Dwarvish so he could yell at the people who were making the weapons.
There's always a bad reason.
That is true.
Oh.
They do have a very large dwarvish population in KOC.
Kelmac about to be speaking Dwarven here in about 15 minutes.
He won't even know.
I won't even know. It's not even on my spoken languages list. I'm gonna just start saying
Everyone
random
knows
shit
a
in
few
Dwarven.
profanities in other languages. Like, it sounds like it's Elvish, but it's like different. So I don't know. It sounded like he said rutabaga, but that's just, why would you say rutabaga? It's randomly.
What languages do you speak, Kelmac?
Drunk.
As I'm like listing in the chair ever so slightly and using the arm to kind of keep me straight. Common and Leonin.
Oh dear.
Why?
I was just curious. I thought you knew more than 2 languages.
No, common usually gets me by. I never really expected to be in the Feywild, so it's a happenstance.
Gotcha.
Woo!
Well, I drink the ambrosia because I'm not being talked at now in a different language.
So does something bad happen to me by drinking that drink?
No, because you are of Fey ancestry, being an elf.
I'm not.
Yeah. Izal, on the other hand, I need you to roll
just
me a
celestial.
charisma saving throw.
Oh, I love those. Hey, 12.
Don't you get a bonus because no, it's a save.
It's charisma.
Is it a saving throw?
It is a saving throw.
So don't you get a bonus for being next to Kelmac?
I would.
A +3, I think.
So a 15.
15 just passes. As you're sitting there, this starts hitting you. You start looking around, and you're filled with this sort of euphoric feeling. And as you're kind of looking around, you're like, man, you really like this place. These guys, they're awesome. In fact, you're fairly sure all of the people in this room are your friends. None of them could ever not be your friends. They have to be your friends. And then you sit there for a long second and go, wait, fuck, now that doesn't make sense. They can't all be my friends. Most of these guys probably suck. You're kind of looking over and you're thinking of going through your party and you go, yeah, okay, all right. Whoa, what the hell there? Because you were momentarily filled with this desire, such as if a charm effect has gone to take hold of you. But it
face feels
quickly
fuzzy.
fades. You still have this kind of euphoric feeling, like you're in a good mood. But yeah, you seem to have pushed off the charm effect.
DeAndre, this is very good, but I don't need it anymore.
I will finish it.
Yeah, I don't. No, just hand it over. I always say too much of a good thing is a bad thing. And I don't like. I like it, but I don't like it.
Caleb, initially wanting to try it, realizing he's all got fucked up by it. Probably shouldn't do it.
I don't trust it.
That is
Waiting
all.
for a but
Yes,
does
part
try
of
it.
your curiosity died when you saw Izal
Yep.
go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That Caleb's not going to try it.
Well then, Dondra's gonna cheers with Volred and just drink the drink.
Yeah, perfectly normal for you, Yandere. It's a very odd feeling, Volred. It's definite. The best you could say is it's kind of like liquid happiness. Uh, it's hard to say, but it's definitely not some kind of alcohol as far as you can tell. Though it does seem to warm your body up, kind of like alcohol. But it it doesn't just kind of knock off the edges of kind of a rough day or something. This legitimately makes you feel better and more positive about your life. Um, not in the sense like it's not like an enchantment effect or you're not charmed or anything, but this is uh, the kind of feeling that you might chase in drinking alcohol, only more so, more complete.
Yandere, I quite like this.
Me too. I kind of missed it. It was very hard to find a drink similar to this in the Prime. Well, there's not a drink similar to this in the Prime.
There's some drugs.
It's not drugs. It's a drink.
This kind of has a qualitative feel more than just alcohol. Is it magic?
Well, the Fae is primarily sourced through magic, so I would assume anything or resource that you consume here is also provided by the magic that's here.
Can I cast magic now?
No.
You could try.
We believe.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Caleb is going to cast Mage Hand.
Oh, okay. So you don't need too much more of that.
Oh no, but why would you say that?
Are you already inebriated?
No, I was making a joke, as if I could do magic.
Oh. I thought you were speaking another language, and nobody understood you.
Oh, it was made up.
Great. I'm gonna take another sip of my drink.
Well, you guys enjoy the rest of the evening. This point in time, like as stated previously, vegetable medley comes out. Many vegetables you guys recognize, many you do not. There's definitely like some fruit in there that you guys don't recognize, and a variety of spices. And Yandere can kind of walk you through taking like some kind of spices, kind of rubbing them between your hands to kind of grind them down a little bit, add them on some fruit or like whatever you want to eat, just to add different flavors.
These are green spears. You have got to try them. They are very delicious. And this is tahine. You put this on top of this, and it tastes better.
Tahine?
Tahine.
What an interesting name for a spice.
It's very good. You can put it on almost anything.
Anything?
Almost.
Like watermelon?
From the Prime, yes.
Cucumber?
Pineapples, cucumber. Some people would put them on pickles.
We must procure some to take back.
The tahine?
Oh, of course.
Well, we do export tahine to the Prime. You've just never had some?
Oh, well, if this is in the Prime, why are you telling us, like, we've...
Because the region that you were in didn't have tahine when I was asking.
Oh. So when we go back, we still need to bring some because we don't have it there, correct?
Sure.
My point stands.
Puts tahine on everything.
Yeah. That is like you have like moon sugar, which is basically just MSG that you sprinkle on shit. Makes everything better. It is the it is the king of flavor.
Could really go for a margarita or a Bloody Mary, or something.
Volred will try everything because he likes delicacies.
Caleb would try everything within reason.
And running up a nice big tab.
Yandere is literally like going through all of this stuff, and it's particularly excited that Volred is trying it because it's like to him it's like his history, and he doesn't know a lot of stuff about it. And I'm trying to make sure that he knows, he takes in as much as possible, even though he may be knowledgeable of the stuff. Yandere is genuinely just like excited to like share this part of his like home with another elven person, the crew, and definitely the rest of the group. But like you can tell that he's like leaning towards Volred a little bit more to make sure he's having a good time.
I'm maybe like a third through this fucking cup, and I'm already smashed.
Yandere puts his hand over the top of your cup and just kind of sits it down and moves it over.
Please get away from me. It's
You
not
can,
even.
you can finish it. I just wanted to make sure you paced yourself.
That's a marathon of a drink right there. I don't.
But you enjoyed it?
Yeah,
Good.
just gonna sit here for a little while. And, take a minute.
Caleb, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm thinking of our experience so far. I've quite enjoyed the Feywild so far.
It's a great place.
Thank you for bringing us to your home.
Well, I mean, we took a quest. Didn't necessarily bring you here. He did. And I look over at the end of the bar.
Goblin, who
I took
you
a
kind
guy-
of see is on like his fourth tee. Just going, this is quite nice.
Isal, how are you?
Fine. And eating some mushrooms. Kind of thirsty, but I don't really trust a lot of the stuff, so I'm just gonna drink some water.
Do you want tea?
Nah, let's go with water.
Caleb's been drinking the tea.
The tea is perfectly fine.
You gotta know the tea to get the tea.
I think I'm gonna abstain from adventurous behavior, so I'm just gonna. I'm good.
You want some of mine? I need. He's all help me,
No.
please.
I brought my own alcohol. I don't know.
I just saying, Sylvan, Izal's kind of being a bitch right now.
It
Why
is.
do you say my name?
It is a little weird that she's acting like this here in the Feywild, but she's the exact opposite in the Prime.
I would have thought she would have been more adventurous.
Oh, Izal, I was just telling Yandere that you're totally satisfied with your current libation.
Do I believe him?
Yandere is literally just giving you a blank stare. He's like,
Is Velvet telling me the truth? I don't trust him. Okay.
are you asking us if he's telling you the truth?
Just kind of saying it to the group like this.
Do an insight versus deception.
I was about to say, in so many words, he did. I mean, realistically, he did say that you were kind of steady and stable with what you have.
Yeah.
But that's not exactly how I asked it. So you use that same type of talk when you're avoiding some type of answer. Okay.
We will have to teach you Sylvan.
Nah. No thanks.
It's fun to speak. I didn't realize these two spoke it.
I could teach you Celestial, I guess.
You speak Celestial?
Yeah, it's kind of choppy sometimes, though.
And in Celestial, Jandre starts talking to us all and is like, "Me too."
Yeah, which the rest of you guys who don't speak Celestial, you say speak Celestial, it's more of just this endless Gregorian chant.
And then the motherfucker was comprehending languages down there.
Yes, and the worst thing is it's like a tritonal kind of language. So like, if to really speak it, you can speak in like 2 or 3 different pitches at once.
I'm just going to turn to the group and say, "Oh, I didn't realize they were going to start singing. What a beautiful song."
It's very awkward. I'm not feeling it today.
That's okay. We can get some rest, and then we can start off tomorrow.
Yeah.
I can show you guys to the room after we pay the tab. And he's gonna wave the bartender. Bardrin.
He's kind of waddles up over and goes, well, about done, I see.
Yes.
Good. Well, let's see. I suppose you're wanting to close your tab then, huh?
Yes.
Well, I suppose I can give you the friends and family rate. After all, you've enjoyed the libation and contributed to the party as well. I suppose we could call it all even for, what shall we say, 20 Twilight Suns.
That's the gold.
Mm-hmm.
20 gold? Okay. Yeah. Deandre will just pass over 20 gold.
Very well. He kind of takes it. Well, I've went ahead and had my laborman here go and get the fire started in your room, so that way they should stay warm throughout the eve. And feel free to let me know if you need anything. We have a continental breakfast in the morning.
Great. Any specialties that we need to know of?
Oh, typical acorn pancakes, maple bacon, and then I also have a bit of a... Well, it's kind of a sausage made of boar, and we'll probably have something of whatever else the hunters are able to bring in the morning. So, whatever's fresh.
Sounds delicious.
I swear, if the maple bacon is just maple tree bark, I'm gonna lose it.
You're drunk.
Yep, you just put a whole bunch of bacon fat and then fry maple bark.
That's all out of character. Because I don't know what
literally
the
just...
Hey, it's a good idea, though. It's a good idea.
You literally just gave the DM the idea.
I think
So
Calmax
fuck your brain.
"Ooh, maple bacon," but then he starts to think and realize, like, what if it's not bacon at all? What if it's
They're
bark?
tricky out here.
The trees.
All right, I pay the tab and then I head up to our room. Sweet.
Yep. Which is just kind of this large, like, I would say like 15 foot by 20 foot room. That has like a line of beds that kind of dominate one side of the room. And then the other side has like this kind of large cobblestone, like cabin style hearth. The hearth just has like this little bowl in it that's got like these green and blue magic flames. And then there's just kind of a couple like 3-legged stools that just kind of sit near the hearth. But there are a couple windows that look out into the rest of the village to give you a decent view.
I like this room.
So, I assume everybody just wants to pick their bed and get some rest.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go like plop down on one of the middle beds and just like get incredibly situated. Even though he's still in all his armor, he's just kind of like a little kid jumping on the bed and like super excited.
And it's nice
Yep.
as you guys kind of sit on it. There's definitely something weird about this bed. It seems to flex almost kind of slightly like a jelly temper foam mattress.
Kelmac's just like, is it upstairs? Please tell me it's
Yeah,
not
it's
upstairs.
upstairs.
Oh fuck!
I'm pushing you up there.
Yeah.
Like one arm on the rail, one arm on the step, and like steps in front of me. Just okay. All right, come on.
Thought you had good balance. Let's go.
Yeah. I think it's more like Izal has like most of Kelmac on her back, while like Caleb is holding on to Kelmac's feet, so he's literally being carried up the stairs. And Kelmac's like, "Oh my god, this is so hard. Stairs are so horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't climb them in this condition."
I'll just
So
Plop
wasted, he
half,
doesn't even
like-
realize he's being carried.
sideways on a bed and just like throw an end of the blanket on top of me and just good night.
Oh yeah, because you got the springiness to the mattress, kind of roll Kelmac off. He hits the bed, kind of bounces and falls back off the other side.
I ain't picking him up.
But Yandre can tell you, like, these mattresses are generally made of like they're carved out of a single piece of giant mushroom. So
That's awesome.
yeah, so you need a new mattress. You should go and cut off a mushroom and kind of carve the inside of the mycelium stem to size and put some sheets on it, and that's your bed.
Am I gonna get athlete's foot?
You are the athlete's foot.
The shiitake sheets.
Okay.
Okay, and so then you guys head asleep in the Shimmering Hearth Inn in Glimmerbrook during your first night in the realm of autumn in the Feywild. So we're going to go ahead and call it there. And yeah, so that will do it for chapter 97. Next session, which should be next week, we'll come back for chapter 98, and you guys will continue on your adventure towards the Sundown Shores to see if you're able to collect a piece of a falling star.
We
See
leveled.
how that
Yay.
goes. No, you guys did that last time.
Another one.
Another. And another.
DJ Callie.
See you next week, everyone. Good night.
Woo! Yeah.